Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The great natural resources of the western United States brought wealth to many of the early settlers, but their prosperity was only won at the price of hard work. There were other men who came to the early West who found the price too high. Outlaws and confidence men swarmed through the new territory, but in the masked rider of the plains they found an enemy who would give them no quarter. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and it was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the gold country! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, 2 men, both dressed like Easterners, are sitting at a table in the cafe at Kimberly, and...
I tell you, Ransom, we should call on Mr. Faber tonight.
This late? You realize what time it is?
I realize this deal is too important to take chances.
What's the harm in waiting? Get Faber out of bed now to talk business, he'd probably be so mad you'd spoil everything.
There's $50,000 at stake.
It won't run away, Bennett.
No? What if Faber learns what his mine is worth? Do you think he'll sell for what we've been authorized to offer?
How's he going to find out overnight?
Well, I don't know.
Bennett, you're too nervous. Forget about it. The Blue Star will still be worth as much in the morning as it is now. And Faber will still be glad to sell out for $10,000.
This thing has got me nervous. I'd hate to think of what the Home Office would have to say if the deal didn't go through.
They'd fire us so fast we wouldn't know what struck us. But I'm not going to let it bother me. Here, drink up and calm down. Don't take things so seriously.
I suppose I shouldn't. Well, here's to success.
I'll join you in that.
There. That helps. Ransom, just how did the company get on with this thing?
Old Charlie Phelps tipped them off.
The mining engineer?
The best man to locate ore I ever heard of. The company sent him out this way to look over some of these abandoned mines in the quiet. He located several properties worth looking into. But he said the Blue Star is the best of the lot, and an absolutely sure thing.
And Faber thinks it's played out.
He hasn't an idea it's worth a penny. When Charlie investigated, he didn't bother with the main shaft at all. That old fellow's got an eye like an eagle and a brain to go with it. From the lay of the land, he saw where the vein might have cut off at right angles.
How would he know that?
Oh, something about rock formations and such. Stuff too deep for me. Anyhow, he took his pick and some blasting powder, went into a tunnel that had been started from the side of the hill before the main shaft was opened.
And there's where he found the gold.
More than there was in the vein Faber thought had played out.
But if Faber is investigated for himself...
It isn't likely. They say he hasn't been near that property for months. And Charlie was slick enough to cover up anything that'd show he'd been there.
I don't know, Ransom. I've got a queer feeling about this thing, as though it isn't safe waiting.
That again?
But if you'll promise me, we'll call on Faber first thing in the morning.
I give you my word. We'll be sitting on the porch when he gets up. Now, forget about it. Have another drink. Bartender, 2 more of the same at this table.
Golly, $10,000. And for the old Blue Star. Hey, barkeep, hold on a second.
Want something, Hank?
You bet I want something. And by the eternal, I'm going to get it.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Never mind, barkeep. That's a secret. Here's for the drinks I had. Maybe I'll be in tomorrow and tell you about it.
Hank, this is a double eagle you give me. Hey, wait for your change.
Keep it for yourself, barkeep. It won't be long till I'll be having plenty more of them.
What do you want?
Good night. Too late to call on Faber, is it? Well, when morning comes, maybe some slick Easterners will find out what too late really is. Now, stand still there. Fella, you're carrying me to Carl Faber's place as fast as them spavin legs of yours will get us there. Now, get along with you. Get up. Get up there.
It was nearly noon the next day when Hank Dobbins arrived at the abandoned Blue Star mine and reined in his horse before the side tunnel end.
Oh, there. Oh, boy. So this is where Charlie Phelps was digging around. Well, I'll bet he didn't cover up so as I won't find that vein. What the? 2 horses. Gosh, what horses they are. Must be somebody camped inside. Well, I'll blame soon find out. Where'll I get my pick? Stand still, blast you. There we are. Now, if there's anybody in there, I'll soon show 'em whose property they're trespassing on. This doggone tunnel's so low, a fellow's got to stoop to get inside. Somebody there, all right. I see some candles burning. Hey there! Whoever you are in there, you're camped on property belonging to me.
Is this your mine?
Sure is. And if you're outlaws, I got a pick in one hand and a shooting iron in the other.
We're not outlaws, Carl.
What'd you call me Carl for?
Doesn't Carl Faber own this mine?
Not anymore, I don't. Not outlaws, huh? But you're masked. And there's an Injun with you.
Me, Tonto.
I got you covered.
Put down your gun. We're not going to harm you.
Oh, no, you don't. I ain't being talked into nothing. Heist your hands, both of you.
I said put down your gun.
And I said to raise your hands. Now, if you
Now
don't...
take that gun.
Wait, let go. Oh.
You get hurt?
No, Kimasabi. The gun was pointed in the air.
Blast you.
It was your own fault. You wouldn't believe me when I told you we weren't outlaws.
You're masked.
Never mind that.
Well, anyhow, I ain't got nothing on me for you to steal. And I reckon what ore you fellas could pack away wouldn't amount to much.
Or? What or?
I ain't saying.
But it's clear enough what you meant. Wait a minute. I didn't recognize you at first. Aren't you Hank Dobbins?
And what if I am?
I thought you were a rancher. What are you speculating in mines for?
Speculating. That's what you think.
You said you bought this mine.
I bought it last night. Got Carl out of bed, brought up the papers, and the cash is to be paid today.
I'd call that speculation. Buying a mine that's been worked out.
Say, just who are you?
Why?
Well, you're masked and all, but I never heard a crook talk like you before. And you ain't looked to see if I had cash on me.
I told you we're not outlaws. Who I am doesn't matter.
Well, anyhow, you're dead wrong if you think I didn't savvy what I was doing when I bought this place.
Yes?
This mine ain't worth no less than $50,000. And I got the word of Charlie Phelps to prove it.
Phelps told you that.
Just the same as.
I don't understand. Not and I have been in this mine several times and haven't seen any indication of gold. No one in the West knows more about mines than Charlie Phelps. If he told you that, he must have had something to go on. When did you see him?
Well, I didn't see him exactly.
No?
But I got it from some fellas that knew about the report he made on the mine.
Here, give me that pick.
Well, what are you
I'm going to show you something. This is the end of this shaft right here. If anyone had found more gold here, there would have to be some sign that they've been looking for it. Look again. Except for the marks I just made, this shaft hasn't been touched for months. Everything shows signs of weathering.
But they said Charlie blasted, then covered it up.
You can see for yourself that isn't possible. I was in the main shaft this morning. You can take my word for it. There's nothing there either.
But they said
Who
that...
told you about Charlie's report?
Well, they didn't tell me exactly.
No?
I sort of overheard them.
You overheard two men talking about this mine, and they said Charlie Phelps claimed it was worth $50,000?
Oh, that's about the size of it.
What did those men look like?
Well, they was Easterners. One was kind of tall with a mustache and a hooked nose, and the other was tall, too, but real heavy, and he was...
You've fallen for one of the oldest confidence games there is.
Huh?
Those men were Slick Allen and Tin Horn Taylor. They've tried this game all over the West. They've served prison sentences twice for it already.
But they called themselves Ransom and Bennett.
Assume names. How much did you pay for this mine?
$3,000 was the price agreed on, but I ain't paid it over yet. And if what you told me is true, then I ain't gonna.
Faber, of course, was working with them. But why didn't you investigate first before making the agreement?
Well, the way they talked, I didn't figure I had time.
That's part of the game, too.
Well, stranger, I'm heading for town. I'm seeing the sheriff about this, and if there's any way to do it, Faber and them crooks are gonna be jailed.
Plenty mad. I haven't too much sympathy for him, Tonto. It's plain that he thought he was putting something over himself when he bought this place.
But him not pay cash, him find out in time.
I have an idea, Tonto. He will pay. And I doubt that anybody will be arrested unless we take a hand.
Sure of what you told me, Hank?
That's just what happened, Sheriff.
Everybody knows Carl ain't to be trusted. This ain't the first time he's tried to sell that worthless mine of his'n.
Carl's been mixed up in a lot of funny deals.
The sheriff get the truth out of him.
You bet I will. Here we are. You inside, Carl?
Just a second. Hey, howdy, Sheriff. Hey, what's all the crowd for? You back too, Hank?
And back for a showdown.
We'll talk this over inside.
Look here, Sheriff. I'd like to know what this is all about.
Hank's got a complaint to make. It's a mighty serious one, too.
Yeah?
You sold me that Blue Star mine of yours. Leastways, you tried to sell it to me.
Tried to. I did. I got the papers here to prove it.
Gosh, he admits it.
Does he think he can get away with a stunt like this?
He's got more gumption than I give him credit for. You're admitting you sold Hank the mine?
For $3,000. And Hank's to pay it today.
Then I guess there's nothing left to do but jail you.
Jail me? What for?
For swindling, that's what.
You're loco.
You just admitted it.
You did.
I admitted I sold Hank the mine. I never admitted I cheated him.
It's one and the same thing.
Doggone it, Sheriff. Ain't there no justice to be had in this town? You can't jail me without giving a reason.
Hank says there was a couple of strangers in town last night that pretended to be Easterners.
What about them?
Now, don't pretend they wasn't in town, Carl, because I was tending bar in the cafe when they was there and seen them myself. And right after Hank left, they rode away.
Why would I say they wasn't in town when I don't even savvy what you're talking about?
They was your friends. It was them that tricked me into thinking your mine was worth something.
Hank, why don't you confess you haven't told the half of it? When you came here last night, I told you right out you was a fool to buy the Blue Star.
You said that to Hank?
I did, but he wouldn't listen. I thought it was mighty funny him rousing me out of bed the way to buy a worthless mine. I didn't want to be bothered, but he wouldn't pay no attention. I named $3,000 as the price just to get rid of him. When he took me up on it, I was the most surprised man in the county.
Well, if what you say is so...
It is so. Ask Steve there, Leif. Hank was so all-fired anxious to get my mine, he made them come over and witness the deal we made.
Fellas, is Carl telling the truth?
That's the way it was, Sheriff.
What you got to say, Hank?
All I gotta say is Carl tricked me, even if I can't prove it.
Just hold on. Seems to me, Hank, you was the one that was trying to do the swindling, coming here trying to take advantage of my ignorance. You never told me that you thought the Blue Star was worth so blame much.
Well,
Hank, you've just wasted my time.
But gosh, Sheriff...
Come on, let's get back to cafe.
Not so fast.
Huh?
I aim to know if Hank's going to keep his bargain with me.
Pay you that cash? I'll be a ringtail snorting maverick if I will. Pay you $3,000 for nothing after you tricking me? What do you take me for?
I take you for a polecat whose word ain't no good.
Why, you...
Both of you shut up.
You won't make me shut up, Sheriff. I got Hank's signature here on the deal we made last night. He's to pay me $3,000 for the Blue Star.
Oh, Sheriff, tell him he can't do that. Go on, tell him.
I'm sorry, Hank.
You mean...
Carl's got a case again you, all right. It'd be for the court to decide, not me. But it might go hard for you.
I get tricked. I get cheated out of $3,000 in hard cash. And then, on top of that, I can be sued for being tricked. If that's justice, then I'm a sheep herder. Dog blast
Are you going to pay or aren't you?
I guess I'll have to. But, Carl, you'll get yours yet. You just wait and see. You'll get yours, and you'll get a plenty.
I'll tell
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Hank Dobbins was forced to pay the money his bargain called for, in spite of the fact that he knew he had been swindled. Our next scene opens just outside town, where the masked man and Tonto have halted their horses under cover of a grove of trees.
It went just as I thought it would, Tonto. Hank wanted to get rich quick. Like many others, he was so greedy for a big profit, he risked his money and then investigated.
Tonto no other feller do that.
Hank's not the only one by any means. But it's not going to be easy for Hank to get his money back.
That'd be plenty hard.
Slick Allen and Tin Horn Taylor, of course, are a long way from here by now. And nobody knows where they went. And without them, Carl's trickery can't be proved.
But you got plan.
I have, Tonto. But you'll have to get that information I spoke about first.
Tonto get it.
And you'd better return to town right away. I'll go back to the mine and move our things to a safer place. We may camp near the marsh. There's plenty of cover there. You'll be able to find me by reading my trail. And I'll wait in camp until you've learned what I want to know.
Tonto maybe come back soon. Maybe long time. But you wait.
Right. Now get going, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
The faithful Indian, returning to town, shadowed Carl Faber wherever he went. He saw Carl receive the money Hank indignantly paid him. He was watching when Faber retired that night, and again when Carl rose in the morning and left his house. It was several hours later that Tonto arrived at the masked man's new camp and...
Oh, Scout, oh!
You found out, Scout.
It on stage, leave town 1 hour from now.
What name did Carl use?
Him sent a feller named Bennett.
Good. Here, Silver. Tonto, you stay in camp for a while and rest. Then as soon as you've slept, get back to town and keep on watching Carl.
Tonto do that.
When I've finished, I'll join you.
Me not rest long. You get back quick.
Perhaps that would be best, Kimosabe. And I'll see you again in about 4 or 5 hours. Come on, Silver.
The stage leaving Kimberly for Westwood was pounding and jolting over the trail when suddenly the guard grasped the arm of the driver and pointed across the plain, saying,
Milt, look over yonder.
You see something?
Looks to me like trouble. You see the fellow on the white horse riding ahead of us off?
Gosh, yes.
Whip up your horses. Maybe this isn't a holdup. When you ain't sure of strangers, the thing to do is get away from them.
I'll whip 'em up. Get along, Blackie. Lay into that harness, Nero. Get moving. Make tracks, you critters.
By heavens, Milt, it is trouble.
Yeah?
That hombre's masked. We're not going to pull away from him neither. Milt, just look at that white horse stretch out. He don't hardly bother to touch the ground.
They'll meet us all right. Get your rifle ready.
I've got it.
Get up. Blast it, get going.
Gosh, we might just as well be tied up to a hitch rack for all the good this is doing us. I ain't worried as long as there's just one of him. Stop that stage! What's he yelling? He said to stop the stage. Yeah, like fun we will. Get up! Get along with you! Come on, Silver! I'll draw a bead on him. See if you can't drill him. Yeah, never even come close. How's a fella to aim with this stage bouncing around the way it is? Pull up those horses! Get away from us! Get up! Get up! Go where? I'll fire again. Don't raise that rifle! I'll show you. Take this, you... Ah! What happened? You wounded? My rifle. He smashed my rifle. Now draw up those horses. Not by a blame sight. Get up! Get up there! And I'll stop them for you. Come on, old fellow. He's grabbed the harness. Get up! Get along with you! Pull back, Silver. Pull back. Get up! Get up, Blaster! That doggone horse slowed down the whole team. You low-down crook. You'll do what I tell you. You can't get away. There's a mail sack under your feet, guard. Throw it down. I'll do nothing of the kind. Quick! That was a warning. The next won't miss. You better do like he says, Al. I guess. Here you are. But you'll pay for this. Well, you've got the mail. There's nothing else on the stage to steal. Now can we drive on? There's only one thing here I want. We ain't got no... You can take the rest with you. What in blazes are you after? That's my business. But I can tell you this. This isn't a robbery. Expect us to believe that? I don't care whether you do or not. Here it is. Now catch the mail sack and get going. I got it. On your way. Come on, Milt. When I get to Westwood, we'll report this to the law. Get up! Get up, Nero! Up with you, Blackie! Hail, Silver! Away!
With the package in his possession, the Lone Ranger raced back to town. There, timing his arrival so that he reached Kimberly after dark, he rode to the sheriff's office.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Wait for me, boy.
Hey, what is it?
Sheriff, take this.
Mask.
I've got something to tell you, and you're to listen. Keep your hand away from that holster, Sheriff.
Why, what do you want?
First of all, that package there. Keep it safely.
But that's mail.
I'll explain. You'd better put...
You come quick.
Tonto, how did you find me?
Missy Silver, you come.
All right, Tonto.
What in blazes is this? Who's that redskin? What's this package for? Hey, wait!
Put that package away and don't let anybody see it. I'll be back later to explain.
But you...
Do as I say. What is it, Kimasabi?
Me think Carl get ready to leave town.
Leave town? I didn't expect that.
Him pack clothes.
And we've got to stop him. Steady, Silver.
You hurry. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Me not want follow him without you know.
We won't follow him, Tonto.
What we do?
We'll give him some orders. And then we'll see that they're obeyed. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
There's his horse in front of his house.
Him put saddle on horse.
I wonder where he expected to go.
Maybe him meet outlaw friend.
No, I don't think he planned to meet Slick and Tinhorn. If he had, he wouldn't have sent that package. He must have had another reason for wanting to leave.
Here, out.
So, Silver. Oh.
Who's there? What do you want?
Come on, Tonto.
Outlaws.
Where did you think you were going?
What's it to you? How do you know I plan to go anywheres?
Tonto saw you packing up.
What if I was?
Just this. You're not leaving town. You're staying right here.
But I tell you...
If you make another attempt to get away, I'll stop you again.
But the folks in town, they all figure I cheated Hank Dobbins. I gotta get away till things quiet down.
So that's it.
They've been talking, making threats. There's no telling what they'll do.
You're staying here anyhow.
No, you can't make me.
I'll make you two promises, Carl. And I'll keep them both.
Promises?
The first is that no one in town will bother you.
I tell you...
The second is that the next time you try to leave town, we'll be here to stop you.
Wait, listen...
Now get back inside.
That fix him.
Now, Tonto, keep an eye on him. Going back to talk to the sheriff again. And when I return, we'll take turns guarding this place.
More than a week went by, and a dozen times Carl Faber tried to escape. But each time he discovered that either the masked man or Tonto was on hand to prevent it. We see him now on the evening of the 10th day as he peers through the window that looks out on the street.
Too dark to see him, even if they was around, blast him. Enough to drive a fella loco. Never knows where they are, what they're up to. If I could just get a clean shot at one of them and... What's that? On the back door. If it's the redskin or the masked man, I'll show him. Gun. Yeah, there. Just one shot. Who's there?
Open up.
Ain't the redskin's voice or the masked hombres. Who are you and what are you...
Oh, you double-crossing skunk.
Slick.
And here's Tin Horn.
I'll take that gun. You were looking for us, huh? Waiting to drill us, is that it?
What's the matter? What are you fellas doing here?
As though you don't know.
Hold out our share of the cash you got and then pretend you don't savvy why we come back.
That's not so.
We've been waiting over a week for that cash you promised to send.
And not a sign of it.
You figured we'd be scared to come back here to claim it, didn't you? Well, this should prove different.
I sent you the cash. Honest, I did. I sent it the next day. It went out by stage.
Save your lying for someone that'll believe you.
But you gotta believe me.
Even meet us with a gun in your hand.
I can't figure this out.
You don't need to.
All you've got to do is hand over that cash. And this time we'll take all of it.
Wait,
You heard us. The cash, quick. Where have you got it hid?
Please, wait, listen. There's something wrong about this.
I suppose now you'll say that Hank didn't fall for our scheme.
You think we didn't hear about him buying your mine for $3,000? The news got around all right.
Hank fell for it. Sure he did. I ain't claiming he didn't. I already told you I sent the cash.
It must have slipped your mind.
There's only the 1,000 here I kept for myself. I can show you. Here, it's in my desk.
Hey,
What's the matter?
That window. There's someone outside.
What?
The masked fella.
What masked fella?
The fella that...
Not just the masked man, you crooks. The law's here, too. Come on in, fellas.
Hey, you did this, Carl.
Carl's not to blame. You trapped yourself.
What in...
Slick. Carl sent you the money, all right. But the masked man got it back and give it to me.
There, I told you.
We knew you'd be coming back to find out why you hadn't got your share. And you crooks not only come back, but you said enough in our hearing to send you to jail for a good long time.
Slick, run for it.
Take one step and you'll stop lead. And I'm just itching to pull this trigger finger.
They've got us.
But you fellas ain't got nothing on me. I can't help what they done. I just...
You're in just as bad as anybody else, Carl. So stop your yelling.
And give me back the rest of my cash. I got the 2,000 the masked fella gave the sheriff, and now I aim to have the 1,000 you got.
It's in that desk.
It better be.
I heard Carl say it was when I was listening outside. But, Hank, now you got your cash back, you'd better take some advice.
Huh?
Like the masked man said, the next time you figure you're going to get easy cash by making a fool out of some fella, be blame sure he ain't making a fool out of you instead.
Hail, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's a stage hold up near Ogden! We've got to hurry! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office.
Okay.
The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal.
Okay, take him on the
Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No,
huh?
he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's going to do now. Yeah, sure, here's now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and oh, that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
What, my 6-gun against your bowie knife? You wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Nolly.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Nolly.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Nolly!
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters, perfect gift for Christmas too. Light and mild. L&M filters, holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing coffee. Great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Oh, most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me, but even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Zant. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
Oh, I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No. No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Nolly Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Nolly and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Nolly.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you? No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
course there was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal.
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11 to 1 against Nolly, isn't it?
We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. They'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. Now, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter-tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter-tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
lost in Brazil and forget every inch to recover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
I was beginning to think that you were no longer a boy, that you were now a man. I was wrong. You're acting like a stupid child. Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Paladin?
Hello, hey boy. Come on in.
You want me to take tray and glasses downstairs now?
Yes, thank you.
You have long talk with man up here this afternoon.
Yes, he's an old friend of mine, Colonel Amos R. Leland, United States Army, now retired.
Oh, is he?
Uh-huh. The colonel's father was General Amos R. Leland, United States Army, now deceased. Perhaps you remember him?
Oh, General Amos R. Leland. No, sir.
Matter of fact, I guess there's been an Amos R. Leland carrying a high rank in the United States Army since the United States had an army.
Amos R. Leland seems to be in rut.
Well, it looks like the present generation is going to put a stop to it. Amos Jr. is a second lieutenant, and he doesn't seem very enthusiastic about it.
Oh, Amos Jr. don't like army, eh?
The colonel has heard indirectly that the boy is going to resign his commission.
Oh, resign.
Mm-hmm. He wants me to check on it.
Oh, you go Snoopy for Colonel, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, hey, boy. I know young Leland. He's a fine boy. If he has some problem, maybe I can help him.
Seems to me, maybe Amos Jr. just don't like army.
That's quite possible, hey, boy.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
It was late in the day when I reached Tucson. I checked into a hotel and early the next morning rode out to Fort Bleecker, where young Leland had been transferred after a brief tour of duty with the War Department in Washington. When I reached the stockade gates, I dismounted and crossed the dusty parade ground of the low, squat administration building to inquire where I might find the lieutenant. I was directed to his room in the BOQ, the bachelor officer's quarters.
Come in. Paladin.
Hello, Amos. Good to see you.
Paladin, what a surprise. What brings you to this godforsaken place?
You?
Well, sit down.
Thank you. Amos, I see no reason to beat about the bush. Your father asked me to look in on you.
Got wind of my resignation, huh? Poor Dad. I'm afraid I'm quite a disappointment to him, Paladin.
Well, he's disturbed about you, and I'll admit that I'm puzzled. As I recall, Amos, you graduated from the academy with honors. What happened?
Very simple. When I was in Washington, the job I had gave me access to certain files. Going through them one day, I uncovered an irregularity that I felt merited the attention of my superior officers.
So you brought it to their attention?
Of course.
Did they act on it?
Immediately. Here I am, far away from the department as I can get.
Amos, when you were in Washington, was it part of your job to go through the files?
No.
Oh, I see. You were meddling.
I don't call it that.
You were prying into something that didn't concern you.
I discovered a gross blunder. I think it concerns me and every American.
Did it serve any of us Americans to bring the blunder to light? Did any of us benefit from it?
In my opinion, the bumbling of the Army should be exposed at every opportunity. So I have to resign.
Well, I think you've come to a wise decision, Amos. The Army apparently is no longer the place for you.
I agree. I hope they don't wait too long to accept my resignation. After Fort Bleecker, I don't know where they can send me except to the firing squad.
Have you been peeking in the files again?
Oh, not just the files. I've been snooping around the whole territory. This time I really have something.
Like what?
Like this setup smells to high heaven.
Now, couldn't you have been a little hasty in drawing your conclusions? You've been here how long now?
Long enough to unearth some startling facts about the way things are run out here. And this time, I'm not going to trust my information to go through channels. I'm going straight to the Great White Father.
The President?
Yes. I can't act as an officer in the United States Army, but I can act as a private citizen.
Well, Amos, I must remember you're no longer that boy I used to know. You're a man. You're a life.
Yes. The only one I've got. Right now, I'm hoping I'll be able to hang on to it for a while.
What do you mean by that?
I'm skating on awfully thin ice, Paladin. My plan must not be discovered.
Good evening, Pedro.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, I think you go already back to San Francisco.
No, I decided to stay a while. A beer, please.
Si, Senor Paladin.
Boy, hot night, isn't it?
Calor bárbaro.
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Senor Paladin.
Yeah.
You are a friend of the Lieutenant Amos Leland?
Yes, I am. I saw him yesterday.
I am also his friend. He was in here today. Look for you.
He was here? In Tucson?
See?
Have you any idea where I can find him?
Maybe I would think at La Casa Delgado.
Where's that?
It's a little hotel here in Old Town, down the street, around corner. You'll find him, Senor Paladin. My friend Amos Leland seemed to have big worry.
Thanks, Pedro.
Who is it?
Amos, it's Paladin. Amos, hey, what's the idea? Put that gun away.
Come in. Come in and close the door and lock it.
Sure. There.
You weren't followed, were you? There's no one with you?
No. What's the matter with you?
Sorry, I guess I'm just plain scared.
Pedro at the cantina said you were looking for me.
Yes, I wanted to talk to you.
All right, let's talk.
Well, there isn't time now. Every second counts. I've been waiting till dark. Now I've got to move fast.
Where are you going?
I got to hide out for a while.
Amos, has the Army's acceptance of your resignation come through?
No, not yet.
Then you're deserting.
Well, I guess you can call it that. I think of it as saving my neck. Somebody's out to kill me, Paladin.
You're somebody whose toes you might have stepped on with your snooping?
I suppose so. I'm not sure who could have found out, but I'm being followed. Somebody took a shot at me last night. I'm scared, and I'm running out.
Well, you're going to get yourself in a real jam this time, Amos.
You let me worry about that. Oh, but wait. Paladin, here. Take this map.
Map? What for?
The information I told you about. I have the documented proof of my findings. It's all in a chest, buried in a safe place. Now, you keep the map.
Well, what do I do with it?
Well, it'll be safer with you, but don't do anything until you hear from me. I'll get in touch with you somehow.
Don't do it this way, Amos. If you have information that you honestly feel should reach the President, let me help you see that he gets it. But go back to the fort. Don't desert.
Paladin, it's too late for that. It's too late for anything except just what I'm doing.
Amos, yesterday I said you were no longer a boy, that you were now a man. I was wrong. You're acting like a stupid child.
I know what I'm doing.
You don't. And I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself. Now, come on.
Now, don't try to...
You're going back to the fort now.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Oh, the stupid kid. Oh. Amos. Hey. Amos. Hey, Amos. Wait. Amos. Amos. Amos, who did it? Who shot you? I'll track him down, Amos. Could you see who it was?
No. Too dark.
Well, let's get you to a doctor.
No. Paladin?
Yes.
The map.
The map? Yes.
Place of singing water. Talika.
Amos. Amos. Major Gerson, my name is Paladin.
Oh, yes. Sit down. You were with Lieutenant Leland last night when he... Most unfortunate thing.
Yes, it was. Major, early this morning I followed the tracks of the horse that rode away from the scene. I finally lost the trail about, 4 miles south, but this was an unshod horse, an Indian pony.
Strange. Doesn't follow the pattern. That's not the way an Indian kills.
No, I don't think it was an Indian.
You have any suspicions?
No, not really. Major, what do you know about the lieutenant's off-duty life while he was here at the fort?
Well, not much. He was a strange one. Didn't mingle. Kept to himself. Always seemed busy poking around alone.
Do you know what he was doing?
No.
He was gathering evidence of incompetence and bungling in the Army to present to the chief executive.
What?
That's right. It was a sort of crusade.
Oh. No wonder he was so busy. Lord knows he could find enough of it around here.
Major, it's a sad thing to see a man die for a cause he believed in.
Paladin, Lieutenant Leland was young. He was impatient. He allowed himself to forget his lessons on military strategy. But sometimes it's necessary to take other than the shortest route to achieve an objective. He had yet to find out that battles are not won easily, nor without some margin for error.
I think he died for a cause he knew was right.
Just what are you getting at, Paladin?
What right have we to be tolerant of corrupt practices? Or to be intolerant of youthful impatience? Maybe a little more poking around, meddling is what we need.
I repeat, just what are you getting at?
Amos Leland was murdered, Major, because in his poking around, he uncovered something pretty hot. He compiled documents of his findings and... Major, it's only fair to tell you that I'm going to try to locate them. And if I do, I feel obligated to carry out the boy's plan and see that they're placed in the hands of the President.
Well, I can't stop you, Paladin. But before you get too involved, think it over.
Hey, Pedro.
See?
Does the place of singing water mean anything to you?
Si, senor.
What?
It is most beautiful spot on all Apache reservation.
Does Talika mean anything to you?
Si, Talika is most beautiful girl on all Apache reservation. She's daughter of great chief. Only now it is so sad.
Sad?
Now Talika will cut her pretty hair and make dirty with soot her pretty face and wear the ugly dress.
Why's that?
With a great sorrow. It is the Apache way. She will mourn her husband, our good friend, Lieutenant Leland.
Her husband? Amos was married to an Indian girl?
Talika was his wife in Apache marriage ceremony. Only Apaches know this, and I know it, and now you know it.
Pedro, wait a minute. Here. Yeah, this map here. Does this make any sense to you?
Oh, but of course. This is tree that leans, and here is Cradle Rock. This map, this is place of singing water.
I want to go there, Pedro. Will you show me the way?
Seguro.
Now, you're sure this is the right spot?
The map says.
Oh, that wiki up there. What's that?
That is wiki up of Amos Leland and his wife Talika.
Ah, they really made a home together.
Apache home.
Well, thanks, Pedro. You might as well go back now. I'll see you later.
You dig, Senor Paladin. You dig, you find what you look for. Adios y buena suerte.
Yes, goodbye, Pedro. Thank you.
It is not much deeper.
Huh?
It is not much deeper. And a bit this way.
Oh. Oh, well,
I not mean to startle you. Please forgive me. I am Talika.
Talika? You are beautiful. Talika, my name is Paladin.
Paladin. Oh, yes. You are friend to Amos Leland. Your spade, Mr. Paladin. This way now. Dig here.
Oh, all right.
There.
Yeah.
You see?
Ah.
The corner of wooden box.
Uh-huh.
That is what you want.
Well.
Is it not?
Yeah, it must be. Oh. Have I your permission?
Yes, Mr. Paladin. Take it.
Thank you. There. You seem to know about this box, Talika.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what's in it?
Yes. Bitterness.
Bitterness. What are you trying to tell me, Talika?
This. It is not in every man to be warrior, Mr. Paladin.
No.
But if it is not in man to be warrior, this man will say, let others be warriors. I will do what is for me to do. He will not hold bitterness in his heart and abuse those who are warriors.
What you're saying is that Amos became bitter toward the whole army because he would never make a decent soldier, is that it?
Yes. It is not easy for a man to have knowledge that he must fail when he is expected to prove himself as one of a line of great fighting men. But my husband did not look deep within himself to know this. I knew it, for I loved him very much.
Well, I thought it was something I could do for Amos to take the information in this box to the president as he had planned to do.
Mr. Paladin, the great white father is welcome to it, but it will burden him. A box filled with hate and longing and anger. But take it. I have now to do what I must do.
What's that, Talika?
You are not stranger to our country, Mr. Paladin. You know Apache custom for the dead?
To burn all the personal belongings, yes.
There is not much. I had only part of his life. The wiki up, the buckskins he wore here, the bow my brother made him, things from our home.
Talika, This belongs with the rest of his things.
The box?
Yes. Take it.
Thank you. It is right.
I'm sure it is. But still, Amos died for what is in that box. No matter what prompted it. He was a martyr to a cause.
This will disturb you, always. Will it not, Mr. Paladin?
I'm afraid so.
It must not. Did you know that Amos Leland was soon to resign from the army?
Yes.
Did you know that and marry a girl to whom he has long been betrothed?
No. I didn't know that.
Do not be disturbed, Mr. Paladin. Amos Leland did not die martyr to a cause. He died because he betrayed an Indian girl.
Talika?
Yes. I killed him.
Mr. Paladin, you please move so Missy Wong can mop in that corner?
Oh, sure.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Miss Wong. I guess my mind was some other place.
Mr. Paladin, seem like since you come back from trip, your mind some other place. That's the time.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
That's right.
Well, it was a disturbing trip, Miss Wong.
Hey, boy, say you go to soup.
Snoop. I guess you could call it that.
Hey, boy, say you go to see if boy have problem. Boy have problem, Mr. Paladin?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
But there wasn't much I could do about it. His real problem was deep in the recesses of his mind, and he wasn't even aware of it.
Oh, my. Poor people. Get all mixed up.
Laura, Mrs. James, and I both say you're the best housekeeper we know.
You wouldn't say that today. I'm getting ready for the painters. Lately, I've had headaches, and muscular aches and pains. Can't do half I should.
Don't just put up with discomfort like that. For relief, try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Don Diamond, Ken Lynch, and Lillian Bayam. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio. If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingle. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of The Daring of Digby Dean. How often can you enjoy Kellogg's Sugar Pops? Well, the answer to that question is whenever you get hungry for a delicious snack, a snack that can be eaten out of a bowl with milk or cream, or right out of the box. Sugar Pops are good either way, and either way you don't need any sugar because the sweetening's already on Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Better have Mom pick up a package next time she's in the store. Now, let's join Wild Bill and Jingles. Where the bad men of the Old West were the meanest and the Gunsmoke was the thickest, there you were sure to find two champions of law and order, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big, faithful deputy Jingles. It was no different in the famous battle over the Muroc County seat, when Wild Bill and Jingles backed up the Daring of Digby Dean.
Now, go ahead, Digby, tell him.
Now, Bessie, you shouldn't be here. Woman's place is in the home, so you go on home.
I married you for better or worse, Digby Dean, and this is worse, so I'm staying. Go ahead, tell him.
Well, all right, Bessie. Now, listen to me, folks. Folks, we know that the people of Muroc County voted to have the county seat right here in Carterville.
That's right. And we had the records.
Yeah, and we had the records here in the county clerk's office. But last night, they disappeared.
King Granite. Tell him about King Granite, Digby.
And I'm betting that it was King Granite and his gunslicks from Dry Lake that come and stole those records last night.
Digby, it's King Granite.
Sure, it's me. And I don't want to hear my name kicked around by no weasel like you, Digby T.
You stole the county records, King Granite.
Stole them? Now, ma'am, I didn't steal them. They was rightfully the property of Dry Lake, and Dry Lake's my town. So my boys and I just come and got them, that's all. From now on, Dry Lake's the county seat of Muroc County.
You won't get away with this, Granite.
And who's going to stop me? You?
Yes, I will, one way or another. You wait and see.
You hear that, boys? This little tree toad's gonna try to stop me, King Granite. Well, you listen to me, Dean. And the rest of you Carterville coyotes get this, too. The first one of you that sets foot in Dry Lake's gonna come there for just one thing. His own funeral. All right, boys, into the saddle.
This looks like the place, Bill. Little white house with a picket fence. Whoa, Joker.
Ooh, Buckshot. Guess you're right, Jingles.
I wish I knew what we were walking into.
You know as much as I do, partner. The telegram said Carterville needs you. Come at once. Signed, Bessie Dean.
Yeah, but who's this Bessie?
Stop right where you are and state your business.
Hey, Bill.
Well, Jingles, how does it feel to look down the barrel of a rifle?
Well, this is the first time I ever saw such a cute little old lady behind the rifle.
I don't take much to flattery, gentlemen, until I know who's doing the flattering.
I'm Bill Hickok, ma'am.
Wild Bill Hickok? Oh, me.
Hey, yeah, and I'm Jingles.
Then my prayers have been answered. You got my telegram.
Yes, ma'am.
But you got here too late.
Too late for what, ma'am?
Too late to stop Digby.
Who's Digby and what's he been doing?
Digby Dean's my husband, and he's gone to Dry Lake to steal the records out of the courthouse there and bring them back to Carterville where they belong.
So that's the trouble here.
Yes, King Granite and his ruffians are trying to get the county seat away from Carterville and set it up in Dry Lake. They stole the records last night.
And Mr. Dean's gone to get them back.
Yes.
Did he go alone?
Yes, he took the wagon. It's a red buckboard, and a roan mare's pulling it, and King Granite's threatened to shoot anybody that comes to Dry Lake, especially Digby.
Oh, the poor man.
Now, don't you go worrying, Miss Dean. We'll go after him.
Now, Bill, let's not be too hasty about this.
Too hasty? Why, you big sack of meal. You mean you'd hesitate when my Digby baby walking right down a gun barrel?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't mean that.
Well, I should think not. If you're afraid, then I'll go with Wild Bill myself for the very idea.
Oh, Mina, come on, Bill. I'd rather face a whole army of gunslicks than one little banty hen with her feathers ruffled. Get me out of here.
Know what happened to me the other day? Well, sir, I reached into my box of Kellogg's Sugar Pops, and instead of coming up with a handful of those delicious golden brown sweet pops of corn, I got nothing except a handful of air. Yep, I forgot I'd finished off that box the night before. Lucky for me, though, I had another full box of Kellogg's Sugar Pops on the shelf. But it sure taught me to always remember to keep an extra box on hand so I never run out. When Mom goes shopping tomorrow, have her bring you home a yellow and white package of Kellogg's Sugar Pops with the pictures of Guy Madison and Andy Devine on the front. Now, let's listen to our little song. And why don't you join in?
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out, pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Ask Mom and Dad to be around later in the show today, because we got a message of special interest for them. Now, back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles had been called by Bessie Dean to join the battle over the Muroc County seat. But by the time they arrived, things had gotten out of hand. Digby Dean had set off for Dry Lake to steal the county records back. Now we join Bill and Jingles as they ride into Dry Lake looking for Digby.
Bill, Dry Lake looks all done out for a celebration.
Sure does, Jingles. Now keep your eyes open for signs of Digby Dean or his wagon.
Yeah, Miss Dean said he was driving a red buckboard hitched behind a roan mare, didn't she?
That's right. I don't see it, though. Whoa, Buckshot.
Whoa, Joker. What are we stopping here for, Bill?
Thought we might ask some questions, partner.
A lot of good that's going to do. Who's going to answer them for you?
Maybe a gent by the name of King Granite. Dan, Buckshot.
King Granite? Bill, that's the hop-toad Bessie said done all the dirty work. Only answer he'll give you will be with a smoking six gun.
You'll have to take that chance, partner. Come on now.
Oh, now, Bill, who cares who gets the county seat of Muroc County anyway?
What's that you said, stranger?
Huh?
What's that you said about the county seat?
No, nothing. I just said who wants a county seat? Ain't much good to sit in. I'd rather have a chair.
Oh, a wiseacre, huh?
Just a minute, mister. My partner didn't mean no harm. Maybe you can help us find somebody.
Maybe. Maybe not. Depends on who you're looking for.
King Granite. Know where we can locate him?
What do you want with Granite?
Now, that just happens to be our business.
We'd just like to talk to him.
Well, you ain't gonna talk to him, see? I saw you ride in from Carterville way, and you can just get your cayuses and ride back the same way.
Not until I get what I came after.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe this is what you came after.
Watch it, Bill!
I got him, Jingles. Looks like Granite put you out here to stop strangers.
That's right. And that's just what I'm doing.
Sorry to change your mind.
Ooh-wee. You You sure put him away, Bill. He ain't good for nothing but a doorstop now.
Hey, what's going on out here?
Oh, more people asking more questions.
Yeah, and one of you had better come up with an answer quick.
No, there's no need reaching for your six-gun, mister. We're not looking for trouble.
No, but it keeps cropping up on us like ants around a honeycomb.
Well, you're going to have more of it unless you talk mighty fast.
We just asked this gent here where we could find King Granite, and he started to go. He couldn't finish, that's all.
Yeah, maybe you could tell us where we could find Granite.
You're looking at him. I'm Granite. Who are you?
My name's Hickok. This is my partner, Jingles.
Well, howdy, I think.
You're first handle Wild Bill?
You got it figured right, and on your first guess, too.
Well, come on in, Marshal. Buck just made a mistake in stopping you and your deputy.
Seemed that way to me, too, Granite.
Sure did, and he's going to be right sorry about it when he wakes up.
Yeah, well, we've been expecting some trouble from those sidewinders down at Carterville, and I didn't want them surprising us. Sit down, gents.
Well, thank you.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
It just so happens we're interested in this Carterville business, too, Granite.
What call you got to come nosing into this, Hickok?
Where the law's concerned, you'll find me, I reckon.
That's fair enough. But nobody's breaking the law here.
I'm not so sure about that. When I am, I'll be on my way.
Well, I'll help you all I can.
Then where's Digby Dean?
What? I don't know what you mean.
I think you do, Granite. We know Dean left Carterville early tonight, headed this way, and we also know you made threats against those people today.
Oh, now, Marshal, you've been listening to a lot of hogwash. I'm a peaceful, law-abiding citizen. Ask anybody in Dry Lake.
Yeah, anybody in Dry Lake.
Now, what do you mean by that?
He means just this. If I find any harm has come to Digby Dean, you'll pay for it, Granite. Come on, Jingles.
Now, hold on, Marshal. Where you going?
To look around your town, and you'd better sit here and hope I don't find what I'm looking for.
Help yourself, Hickok. But you better think twice before you come looking for me. I've got a lot of friends in Dry Lake that make me right hard to get to.
Yeah, we met one of them, Granite. And you know where he wound up. Here he comes now to cry on your shoulder.
Come on, Jingles. So long, Granite.
Buck, you mallet head. What'd you have to tie into Wild Bill Hickok for?
Hickok?
Yeah, Hickok. Now you got him gunning for us.
Boss, I didn't know.
Cut the guff. We'll round up the boys and spread them all over town. I want to know everything Hickok does. And if he starts to go into my livery stable, cut him down. Fast.
Bill, we've been all over this town and didn't find a thing.
Not quite all over it, Jingles.
Where are we going now?
I saw a livery stable down at the end of the street with King Granite's name painted on it.
Oh, that's nothing. His name's on everything in this burg.
Well, we'll have a look in that livery stable this round. It's a good place to hide a red wagon and a strange horse.
Yeah, they might even have Digby Dean tied up in there, too. But if they do, I'll bet there's guards with him.
Well, we'll soon find out. Here it is. Whoo, Buckshot.
Ooh, choker.
Keep your eyes open, Jingles. So far, they've let us alone. But if we get close to anything...
Hey, Bill, they not only might, they did.
Keep down, Jingles. Run for the barn.
Thank goodness it's dark.
Yeah. If we can get inside here. It's locked.
Now, what would a livery stable be doing all locked up, especially when we want to get in so bad?
That makes me even more curious, Jingles.
Here. Here's a rock. Break the lock off, Bill. And hurry.
That does it. Come on, inside quick.
It's dark as the inside of my saddlebags.
Hey, boss! They went in the livery stable.
You lame brain, I told you to cut him down.
We tried, but we missed.
Somebody ain't happy about us being in here, Bill.
Maybe that means we stumbled onto something, Jingles.
Bill, I hear something.
Yeah, I do, too. Over this way, I think.
Bill, what is it?
Not a what, it's a who. Light a match.
Yeah, a match. Oh, here's one. There, Bill.
That's right, partner. My guess is it's Digby Dean. Now, just a minute, mister. I'll have that gag off. Cut those ties on his legs and arms, Jingles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. They tied... Wait. Who are you?
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles, that's who. Oh, doggone it, the match went out.
Are you Digby Dean?
Oh, yes, and I made a mess of the whole thing. Bessie won't be proud of me at all.
How'd they catch you?
Well, I pulled my wagon up behind the courthouse here in Dry Lake and sneaked in the back door. I went in and found the records of the county.
Yeah, you got plenty of sand at that, Digby.
Thank you. And, Mr. Hickok, they tried to alter the records to show that the vote was for Dry Lake to be the county seat of Muroc County.
They did?
Yeah.
Well, from what's happened tonight, I figure Carterville's in the right.
Yeah, but right now we're in the soup. How are we going to get out of here?
Hey, I hear him coming, Mr. Hickok.
They'll get our horses, Bill.
Your buckboard in here, Digby?
Yeah, still hitched up.
Then we'll have to work fast.
Well, what are we going to do, Bill?
I'll take Buckshot and Joker and lead Granite and his men on a wild goose chase.
And leave us here?
That's right. When they take out after me, you and Digby take the buckboard to the courthouse and get those records.
Then what?
Well, I'll try to meet you there. But if I miss, you head for Carterville as fast as you can.
You bet we will, Mr. Hickok.
Now give me time to lead them out of town. Good luck, partner.
Good luck yourself, Bill.
Good boy, Buckshot. Easy there. Here, Joker. That's it. Now, Buckshot, we've got a job to do. Go, boy. Hi, Buckshot. Hi!
There they go, boys! I hear their horses. After them! Don't let them get away!
Hi, Buckshot. Hi, hi!
All right, Digby, they've gone.
Yeah, that's right. Now's our chance.
Yeah, now's our chance. Come on.
Wild Bill sure fooled him.
Yeah, he sure did. Took them all with him. We're all alone now.
We are.
Sure we are.
Then what are we whispering for?
I don't know. Yeah. We don't need to whisper. Come on. Let's get that wagon and get to the courthouse pronto.
That's it, Buckshot boy. We'll give Jingles and Digby plenty of time. Might shoot a little to keep Granite's men interested. That'll keep them coming. Now we'll give them the slip. Over in the bushes, Buckshot. Come on, Joker. Woo, Buckshot. Woo, boy. Woo, Joker. Get around now, out of sight. The moon's coming out. Don't want them to see us. Stand there now. Let's watch them go by. All right, Buckshot. Hey, wait a minute. King Granite wasn't with him. Looks like we got trouble, boy. Come on, Joker. Get back to town and fast. Hi, Buckshot. Hi!
Right in this way, Jingles. It's your back door.
Yeah, but we'd better be quiet just in case.
Jingles, somebody's in here.
There's a horse out front. Hands up, whoever you are. Get him, Digby.
No, don't shoot.
Oh, Jingles, it's Bessie.
Digby. Digby, that's your voice. Is that you?
Now, who else would be using his voice, ma'am?
Bessie, what are you doing here?
I came to find you, Digby. I came straight here. Oh, bother, I can't talk in the dark. Wait, I'll light a lamp.
No, I don't think I'd do that, ma'am. Somebody might see.
Who's to see? Everybody rode out of town lickety-cut just as I rode in. There, now I can see the top. What are you laughing at, young man?
Oh, you sure are cute, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you. Digby, are you all right?
Yes, Bessie, we just come for the records.
So you came for the records. Now, ain't that funny?
It's King Granite, Digby. He's got a gun.
Granite? Now, how'd you... Why, I thought that you... No, doggone it anyway.
You thought Hickok's trick would fool me too, huh? Well, big boy, that's just your tough luck. Hickok ain't the only one with tricks. You're gonna find that out right now.
Now, here's that important message I told you about earlier in the show. Last time you were at your grocer's, you probably noticed the signs he had announcing that September is National Better Breakfast Month. And maybe you saw the chart showing what makes up a good, substantial breakfast. Well, if you did, you saw that one of the essential parts of a nourishing breakfast is a cereal. Yeah, a cereal should be an important part of all our breakfasts. A cereal like Kellogg's Sugar Pops. They're not only good tasting, but they're good for you, too, supplying much of the energy that all of us need to work better, to play better, to live better. So make Kellogg's Sugar Pops a big part of your breakfast program. Start tomorrow to live better with a cereal breakfast. A breakfast of the cereal with a sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out, pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
See that a package of Kellogg's Sugar Pops is on your family shopping list and start to live better with a cereal breakfast.
Jingles and Digby Dean, following Bill's instructions, entered the Dry Lake Courthouse to get the county records. But they were surprised to find Bessie Dean there ahead of them. Then all three were surprised by King Dragnet, who burst through the door with a gun in his hand.
King Dragnet, you'll come to no good. I know now why you wanted those county records.
Yeah, you changed the record of the vote to make it look like Dry Lake won instead of Carterville.
He did more than that.
He did? What?
He changed the records to show some of the government land is belonging to him and his cutthroat gunslingers. That's what.
Now, it's too bad you found that out, Miss Dean.
Yeah, too bad for you, Granite. I arrest you in the name of the law.
You forget, big boy. I've got the gun, not you.
Oh, yeah. I did. Didn't I? Doggone it. This isn't working out like me and Bill planned it at all.
All right. Get over there against the wall, you two. Miss Dean, you'd better stand out of the way.
No. You can't shoot them down without a fighting chance.
That's right, Granite, you can't.
Bill, I thought you'd never come.
And you can wish you hadn't, Hickok.
Watch out, Bill.
I've got his gun, Mr. Hickok.
I'll take that gun, lady.
You get away from me.
Now, Hickok, if you shoot again, you'll hit her.
Spread out, Jingles.
Gotcha, Bill.
No, stay where you are.
We got him worried, Bill.
Digby, you get out of the way.
No, Bessie, I'm coming in after you. He can't hold you for protection. I'm coming for you, King.
No, Digby, stay back.
Better listen to her, Dean.
Get back, Digby. Now, Jingles. No. Christine, get out.
We got him, Bill.
You all right, Miss Dean?
Oh, certainly. Not a girl out of place.
You got nothing on me, Hickok.
Oh, yes, we have. Stealing county records.
And falsifying them to steal government property.
Enough to send you to jail for 50 years when the judge gets through with you, Granite.
Yeah, and we have Mr. Hickok to thank for giving the county seat back to Carterville, Bessie.
Yes, we do, Digby. But you were real daring to come and try and get it back all by yourself.
That's right, Digby. It took plenty of Sam.
Yeah, it sure did. He almost got us all shot up over that little old business of a county seat, and for what? Like I said before, what's good of having a county seat going to do you if you can't sit in it?
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. Andy and I'll be back with you again on Friday.
You bet we will, Guy, with a story of some real shenanigans and gunfighting going on in one family. We call it A Letter of Warning.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Virginia Gregg, Cliff Arquette, Jim Nusser, and Frank Gerstow. Our director is Paul Pierce. Story by Larry Hayes. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok reads A Letter of Warning. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetener already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Blind Justice.
It is 5:45 a.m., March 6, 1940. Pete Salverson, owner of a roadside cafe in West Texas, is opening for business. As he sweeps up in the kitchen, he hears a sound outside the back door.
Somebody out back there? That's you, Charlie? Well, what's the matter, boy? Where'd you come from? Come on, feller. Come on. I ain't gonna hurt you. Atta boy. Looks like you got here too early to root for anything out of that garbage can, though. And them ribs of yours look like you could use some grub fast. Hey, now, none of that face licking. You just come on inside and I'll fix you up. Come on. Come on. Let's see, how about this? That is bone and a couple of hunks of stew meat, huh? All right, feller. There you are. Dig into that. Oh, boy, you sure are beat up and hungry. What's this contraption you got strapped on you?
Pete, you open yet?
Oh, howdy, Sheriff.
How's the coffee situation?
Well, it ain't brewed yet, but I can fix you some up in a minute. Had an early customer here.
Yeah, but he hasn't got any money. I'm a cash customer. Where'd you get him?
Oh, he's rooting in the garbage cans out back. What you doing up and around so early?
I just come back from Huntsville. Delivered a prisoner up there yesterday.
Yeah?
Hey, that'd be a pretty good-looking dog if he was taken care of. Who owns him?
I don't know. Never seen him before. Never did see a leash like the one he's wearing, either. Kind of funny contraption. Look at it.
Hey, well, let's see that.
What's the matter, Sheriff?
Well, this ain't a leash. It's a harness.
Huh?
This here dog's a seeing-eye dog.
One of them dogs that's trained to lead blind people?
Sure is.
He must have run off from his master, then.
Well, these dogs don't run off, Pete. I had a missing persons bulletin on a blind man 3 days ago. This might be his dog.
Well, the guy that's missing must be around here, then, huh?
Well, if he is, something must have happened to him. This dog never would have left him. Say, you got change for $1 in the register?
Oh, sure thing.
I'm going to hit that phone and get a ranger down here to help. Wherever that dog's master is, I got a hunch we'd better find him quick.
Less than 1 hour after the sheriff's appeal for help, Texas Ranger Jace Pearson joined him at Pete Salverson's roadside cafe.
Well, there he is, Ranger. No mistaking that harness if you ever seen one before.
It's a seeing-eye dog, all right. You say you found him outside this morning, Salverson?
Yeah, half starved, like you can see.
Been a good 3 or 4 days since he's eaten from the looks of him. Easy, boy. Come here. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry, fella. It's really sore, isn't it? He's had a bad time, Sheriff. Got a pretty hard clip on the head. Must have been knocked out. Since then, he's traveled through some rough country, and Lechuguia's got him all sliced up. Footpads are sore from walking.
Yeah, but ever since Pete fed him, he's been yowling to get out of here. Reckon he'll be able to lead us back to his master?
He'll try if he can make it. We'll have a better chance if a veterinarian works him over first. Where's the nearest one?
Foreman at the Wolverine Ranch is a vet. Want to take him out there?
Yeah. Meanwhile, you better get yourself a horse. I'll leave my horse trailer here until I get back. You can load your mount in with my horse Charcoal. It's a double trailer.
What makes you think we'll need horses?
The kind of country this dog came through isn't the kind we'll be able to get through in a car, and he came too far for us to follow on foot.
Lost dogs sometimes head for home, Jace. Missing persons bulletin came from Ozona in Crockett County. Dog may be headed for there.
Only way we'll find out's to follow him. If he heads any other way, it'll be back toward the man he's been trained to take care of. I'm figuring that'll be in a southerly direction from here.
Well, how do you know that?
All barren country that way, full of Lechuguia. If he came such a long way from any other direction, he'd have run into a town or a ranch and been found before this.
I reckon I'll buy that. That makes sense.
Get your horse. I'll meet you back here, and we'll drive as far south as we can cross country and then turn this dog loose and follow him. I got the dog patched up at the Wolverine Ranch, picked up the sheriff and his horse, and headed south into the Badlands. We switched from car to our horses and turned the dog loose. He circled around for a moment, got his bearings, and then, despite the soreness of his body, started into a limping run.
He's heading south, all right, Jace. Must be going to his master. Beats me why he went all the way to Peach Place, though.
He had to go someplace for help, but the only thought he gave to himself was just stopping long enough to be fed before he headed back here.
How far do you reckon we'll have to go?
Well, we came 14 miles by car before the dirt road petered out. He came a lot farther than that. Might have taken him a couple of days.
Well, we'll have to stop him at night. If he keeps going that long, and time off. We better make sure we can catch him before dark so he don't get away from us altogether.
Chances are he'll wait for us. After all, we're the help he came after. If he doesn't, we'll be able to follow him anyhow.
In the dark?
Yeah. I treated his collar with some phosphorus paint.
Hey, whatever made you think of that?
Trick my father taught me a long time ago. He had an old hound dog, great hunter. Got a throat injury and couldn't sound off. Glowing collar made up for it.
Well, like they say, we live and learn.
Hey, look. Look where the dog's cutting, up in the foothills.
Yeah.
That's Ambush Canyon that way, isn't it?
Sure is. Say, no wonder that dog's so beat up. I wouldn't tackle this country in an army tank if I didn't have to. I wonder if that blind fellow'll be alive when we find him.
I don't think so, Sheriff. If he was alive, I don't think the dog would ever have left him. Come on, Sharky. What kept that dog going, I'll never know. We hit stretches where we had to lead the horses on foot. It was toward sundown of the second day when the dog caved in. He made a feeble attempt to inch along on his stomach and then just rolled over on his side, panting.
He's done for, Jace. Can't even take water. I better...
No, Sheriff. Put your gun away.
But, Jace, he couldn't move another inch if he wanted to.
I'll carry him with me on Charcoal. Man'd be mighty lucky if he could find a human being that'd go this far for him.
He'd never have led us this far back if you hadn't had the vet work on him. Well, what do we do now?
Keep on going, I guess. If his master is in here, he must have left some trail. We'll keep cutting through till we find marks.
Jace, now, how would a blind man get into this country and why?
I don't know. But if he wasn't here, the dog wouldn't have been here either. We better move on till we find a good spot to make camp. These horses need some attention and a night of rest, too. Meantime, maybe I can do a little doctoring on the dog.
Won't do any good, Jace. All you'll need's a pack shovel. He just stopped breathing. He's dead.
The next morning, we started trail cutting, working steadily to the south, toward the international border, the Rio Grande.
Yeah, the country's getting a mite better now, Jace, but we're only about a half a mile from the river. If anybody else had been in here recently, we'd have seen some sign of a trail. Nobody could come through here without leaving some kind of tracks.
And the dog didn't head this way for nothing, Sheriff. He must have... Hey, hold it a second.
Huh? What is it?
Look at this. Dog hair caught in this thorn brush.
Yeah.
Must have been a few days ago when the dog headed out. Look at the color. German Shepherd, all right.
We're still in the right trail, then. But why no human tracks?
Well, the dog came out of here on foot. But this may not be the way he and his master got in here originally.
What other way is there?
On the river, in a raft, or a flat-bottom boat?
Well, how could a blind man navigate the river?
He didn't have to be alone, Sheriff. That dog was beaten on the head, remember? It isn't likely his master did that, is it?
No, I see what you mean, but how...
Now, wait a minute. Look up ahead there, along the side of the ridge, about a quarter of a mile.
Yeah, looks like part of the rock and the earth have been scooped out. Must have been a little landslide.
Not on a rock facing as solid as that looks.
What do you suppose it is, then?
Let's find out. It took us more than an hour to reach the base of the ridge and find the answer. It wasn't a landslide. There were a couple of dynamite caps on the ground. The fresh earth had been blown out.
2 men, all right, Jace. Signs of tracks held tight in this fresh earth.
Dog tracks go right along with the one set. That was the blind man.
Yeah, another mark running in with those tracks, though. Little round hole in the ground every few steps.
The blind man must have had a cane, too. Move around the wide circle and cut back to this spot until...
Oh, wait, Jace. Now, what's that thing over there by the brush? Long white piece or something.
A white cane. Come on.
The head of it's stained, Jace. Looks like blood.
It is.
The dog must have been clubbed with that.
Bloodstains didn't come from the dog, Sheriff. Lump he had on his head didn't bleed. Let's beat through this brush.
Blood trail on the ground through here, Jace.
Yeah. That patch just ahead seems to be pressed down in one spot. Let's make for it.
A man's body, all right. Face down. Better roll him over and see if it's a blind man.
It's him, all right. You can tell by his right hand. Callous ridge there from holding onto that dog harness. I took the white cane and the dynamite caps and rode along the shore of the river to the nearest town. Called Austin to fly a lab man down and arranged for a boat to pick up the sheriff and the body. I was in the local constable's office 24 hours later when the body was brought into town.
Well, body's over at the undertaker, Jace.
Good.
Constable told me you were in here looking over a report from your lab man.
Yeah. No lead on the dynamite caps, but we learned plenty from the cane. 2 sets of prints, one unidentified. Must have been the blind man's.
What about the other set?
Man who left the other set had a criminal record. Name was James Waterman. Got out of Huntsville 6 years ago.
Waterman? Say, I remember that name.
You ought to remember it. He pulled 10 years for armed robbery. $40,000 payroll stick-up back in 24. Money never was recovered.
I wonder why he killed that blind man. And why was he blasting in the face of that rock ridge?
Something we'll ask him when we get him. Oh, was the lab man at the funeral home when you brought the body in?
Yeah, he's going over it now. Want to get some grub while you're waiting for him to finish?
Yeah. He'll take prints off the body to compare with the ones he lifted from the cane. He'll have identification established by the time we get through.
Good. Let's go. I'll be glad to eat something I haven't had to cook myself. You know, funny thing, we started off so fast after that dog turned up the other day, I never did check that missing persons bulletin for the blind man's name.
His name was Joseph Wilson. Lived in a rooming house in Ozona, operated a newsstand. Landlady reported him missing when she didn't see him or the dog for 2 days.
There's a cafe across the street.
Good. We took our time. A statewide pickup was out for James Waterman, and it seemed just a matter of pinning him down. But when we got finished and walked over to the funeral home, the case wasn't so simple. Our lab man, Marty Ferris, was just finishing a phone conversation.
No, I said there's no doubt about it. Yeah, check on it. Pearson just walked in. I'll tell him. Right, bye. Howdy, Jace.
Howdy, Marty. Marty Ferris, Sheriff Ritchie.
Now, we met when the sheriff came in with the body. And, Jace, we got trouble. This thing is blown wide open.
Why? What's the matter?
That's the prints. And take a look at them. Now, here's a copy of the unidentified set I sent on to Austin. The man who made them has no record.
Well, why should he have a record? Aren't they the blind man's prints?
No, they aren't, Jace. The prints on the body match the known prints pulled from the cane. The dead man is James Waterman.
What?
That's it, Sheriff. Here, look at the prints. See for yourself.
Marty, could you have made a mistake?
No, Jace. I just checked with Austin on the phone by classification number. Waterman must have been blinded sometime after he left Huntsville. He took the name of Wilson as an alias.
Now all we've got's a set of unidentified prints that might match anybody in the state. Sheriff, our killer isn't going to be easy to find.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Blind Justice, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Whoever the blind man's companion had been, there had to be a starting point for their journey along the river, a place where they'd picked up a boat or a raft. The sheriff and I worked our way along the river above the town, questioning the occasional Mexicans who managed somehow to make a living where no living was to be made. And in one spot, less than a mile from the road, we found something.
Can see it clearly now, Jace.
Yeah, impression of a flat-bottom boat on that mud flat. Had to be dragged quite a ways to the water. Not many days ago either. Oh, boy. Mud around where the boat was is caked dry. Spot where the boat was setting still looks damp.
Uh-huh. Boat must have been there without being used for quite some time. River's been way down for more than a year.
A little smoke coming up from behind those trees.
Must be a Mexican hut.
Whoever's there might own the boat. Let's ask him. Get up, Charcoal.
Up, boy. Tacos cooking. Smell 'em?
Yeah. Smell something else, too. Chicken frying. There's a place. I can see it now.
Pretty high class for River Hut. Looking back, chicken coop.
Kind of new, too. Coop wire, I mean. Hasn't been up very long.
A woman out in front of the place. Well, she sees us.
Buenos dias, senor.
Oh, buenos dias, senora. Ooh, Charcoal.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Maybe you can help us out, senora. We'd like some information about a boat that was out on that mud flat until a few days ago.
I never see a boat there, senor.
You never saw one there? What made that impression in the mud, then?
I called my husband. He speaks better English. Daniel? Venga.
Yes. What the matter? You don't let me sleep.
They know something about that boat, all right, Jace.
Yeah.
My husband, Hickok.
You want something, senor?
They want to know.
There's a mark left by a boat down in that mud flat. When was the boat there last? And what happened to it?
It was maybe a week ago. The boat disappeared in the night. One morning, she's gone. That's all I know.
Who took it?
We don't know.
Just like that, huh?
Sí, just gone.
Don't try to feed us a story like that, you...
Just a second, Sheriff. Where do you work, Danielle? What do you do for a living?
Well, I do anything for whoever give me the work. But for a long time, nobody give me any.
You must have saved a lot of money to be eating fried chicken and tacos. Where'd you get those chickens?
I raised them, senor.
Without hens and a rooster? There isn't anything in that coop old enough to sit a nest. And that coop wire's new.
Well, what I mean to say, I was just starting to raise them.
Where'd you get the money to buy that coop wire and the chicks? You better talk up. This is part of a murder investigation.
Murder?
Blind man was murdered downriver. He got there by boat.
Senor, I got nothing to do with murder. I just sell the boat.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, because the boat was not mine.
But you sold it just the same.
Say, look, I tell you the truth. The boat is there for 2 years, ever since we come here. I never know who owns it, and then one day the men come.
2 men?
Sí.
One of them blind?
Sí. He got a dog and a white stick. The other man with him, he said to me, I give you $50 for the boat. Well, I don't say that the boat is mine. I just let him give me $50.
What'd the man look like? The one who could see?
Oh, he's big, just like you, with the light hair, very wavy, eyes blue. He said that when they come back, I can have the boat back for nothing. And he gave me more money if I don't tell nobody. I say, you give me more now, huh? But he said he don't have no more until he come back.
That's the whole truth, senor, just like Daniel tell you.
All right. If it isn't the truth, we'll find out. Come on, Sheriff. Let's go.
All right. You two stay right around here in case we want to see you again.
Oh, we'll be here. We don't run away.
Up, boy. Hey. Heading back for the town?
Yeah. Marty may have some more information. And I think we just got a lead from Danielle on why Waterman and the other man went downriver.
Well, if you did, you got something I missed.
They promised Danielle more money when they came back. The money Waterman got in that stick-up 16 years ago never was recovered, remember?
Oh, I get it. That's why they dynamited into that rock ridge. Waterman must have hidden that money until it cooled off.
That's right. But before he ever got back to it, he was caught and sent to Huntsville for 10 years.
Why didn't he go for it as soon as he got out 6 years ago?
That's one of the things we still don't know. Maybe Marty will have the answers when we get back to town. Marty had the answers, all right. Reports from Austin that had come in while we were on the river.
I made notes on everything, Jace, if you can read my writing.
Oh, thanks.
Check back shows that Waterman lost his sight 3 days after he left Huntsville 6 years ago. It was hard to run down because he didn't have to report to anybody. He'd served his full term, no parole.
I see. Happened in a highway accident, huh?
Yeah, I caught a lift on a gasoline truck, went over an embankment and caught fire. The driver was killed, Waterman blinded.
Near Sonora. That means Waterman was headed this way from the pen. He was going straight for that money, Sheriff. But losing his sight stopped him.
But why did it take him 6 years to move for it again?
He had to find somebody to help him. A man with a load of stolen money hidden away doesn't trust many people.
He finally trusted somebody.
And got killed for it. I'm going to take a ride to Ozona. It's out of your county, Sheriff, but it's your case. You want to come along?
You bet I want to come along. Let's go.
In Ozona, we went to the rooming house where Waterman had lived under the name of Joseph Wilson. A landlady showed us to his room. It hadn't been rented to anybody else, and his things were still there. A few books in Braille, clothing, an extra harness for the dog.
Everything is just like he left it, just like it was when the police come after I called them. I haven't touched a thing. No money, nothing valuable was left here, only what you see.
It's all right, ma'am. Don't be upset. Nobody accused you of taking anything.
I just want you to know there wasn't nothing to take. He never had nothing. Always a couple of weeks behind in his rent. Not that I minded. I had nothing but sympathy for the poor man. Even fed his dog for him, or it never would have been fed.
Look, something you just said's important to me. Now, if he owes you money, there's nobody to pay it, so you're just going to lose it. The truth can't hurt you one way or the other. Did he really owe you rent money?
Yes. Why else would I say it? Every once in a while he'd catch up. He'd got some kind of benefit checks from someplace once in a while.
What's your angle there, Jay?
I'm just figuring, Sheriff. Daniel got $50 for that boat he sold. There must have been more expenses getting from here down there. Somebody had to finance it.
His traveling companion, whoever it was.
Yeah. It's a cinch it was somebody Waterman met and got to know right here in Ozona. Ma'am, did Mr. Mr. Wilson have any visitors here? Any friends?
Well, I never saw a soul. There was some fellow called him a few times, though, and he was homesick and couldn't work at the newsstand.
You know who it was?
No, he never gave me his name. Mr. Wilson just said it was somebody he knew from the stand.
The same fellow each time?
As far as I could tell from the voice.
I see. Thanks. Come on, Sheriff.
Was that all you want here?
Yeah, thanks. We located the place where Waterman had had his newsstand, a main intersection near a bank, a restaurant, an office building, and a medical and professional building. Somebody else was running the stand now. We staked out in my car across the street.
Looking for somebody fitting the description Danielle gave us?
That's right. Man who called whenever Waterman was sick might have been a regular customer.
There could be quite a few customers fitting that description, Jace.
We'll tag the ones who come close. See if the newsie or anybody around has any information on him. Somebody might have noticed the man we're looking for hanging around the stand from time to time. If he knew Waterman well enough to call his rooming house, he knew him well enough to stop for a talk.
You're right, of course, but this kind of waiting wears me out.
It's the dullest part of the job, Sheriff, but sometimes it's the part that pays off. For 2 days, we watched the corner. Occasionally, we followed a man who fitted the description supplied by Danielle. But each time we checked, the subject turned out to be somebody who hadn't been out of town. Then, just before the end of our second day of watching, I nudged the sheriff.
What is it, Jace?
Over there. No, past the newsstand. Just going into the medical and professional building.
Oh, yeah. He looks like he might be the boy, all right. His hair is really light and curly, which most of the others haven't been.
Let's see where he went. Oh, wait a minute. He's still in the lobby. There by the elevator. Let's wait until he's picked up.
There's the elevator now. Well, there it goes. He's the only passenger.
Come on. Watch the floor marker. See where the elevator stops.
3rd floor, Jace.
Let's take a look at the building directory on the wall.
3rd floor, 2 doctors, a dentist, an attorney, and a chiropodist.
Go up to that floor. Try them all.
You want me to grab him?
No. If you spot him in a waiting room, just sit down like you're waiting too. After he leaves, find out anything you can about him. I'll wait back in the car and tag him after he comes out.
How do we get together again?
After I find out where he lives, I'll come back and pick you up on the corner. I waited for the man with the light curly hair. He came out of the building in 20 minutes. I started my car away from the curb slowly, keeping him in sight. He turned the corner and got into a car of his own, drove to an apartment building. I noted the address and then went back and met the sheriff.
I hope you didn't lose him, Jace. I think he's the one we want.
Why? What'd you get?
He was in to see a doctor. Had a dressing on his arm changed. Doc said he's a regular patient who's been away on vacation.
Oh, been out of town, huh?
Yeah, but that isn't all. It's what he's being treated for that ought to make you sit up. Dog bite.
Dog bite? I thought that shepherd might have gotten to the killer just once before he was knocked out. Let's go visit him. I know the apartment building he lives in. You get his name from the doc?
J.B. Rowland, works on the local newspaper.
Reporter?
No, has charge of distribution and circulation. Also takes care of the morgue, back issue files.
Oh, that'd put him in touch with Waterman on the circulation end. And his taking care of the back issues might fit, too. That might have told him who Waterman really was.
Hey, that's right. Fishing through some old back issues, he might have read about the robbery and Waterman's conviction, maybe seen a picture of Waterman and recognized it.
That'd make him get friendly. He'd know the money was never recovered and that Waterman didn't have it on hand, or he wouldn't be running a newsstand and living like he did.
You think he told Waterman what he knew and finally talked him into a deal? Or do you think maybe forced him into it?
When we see him, we'll ask him.
There's the door, Jace. Apartment 2B. Gonna knock?
Yeah.
Yeah? Who is it?
Special delivery.
Oh, I'm not dressed. You better slip it under the door.
You got a sign for it.
Oh? Okay.
Have you got a pencil? All right, Roland. Open it all the way.
I'll open it. I'll open your skull!
Watch him, Jace.
Stay away from that desk. You're not taking me! Give me that gun! My arm!
Yeah. Same arm Waterman's dog chewed on, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, just the same, you went right for a gun. Brand new gun at that. Like you were expecting you might have trouble. Come on, get up.
Why'd you kill him? You want all the money instead of a split?
Money. Money.
Yeah, where's the money? What'd you do with it?
What did I do with it? I worked on him for months until he trusted me. Then we went down to the river, but we couldn't find the place. Couldn't remember all the landmarks. He couldn't see, and after 16 years, he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember. I went crazy. I planned on it so much, I went crazy, that's all. If I had the money, I could have gotten away. Without the money, I had to come back here so they wouldn't be looking for me.
All right, Roland. Go get some clothes on.
Looks like that 40,000 is really gone for keeps, Jace.
Yeah. Buried in a rock ridge somewhere near the Rio Grande.
That's money that never bought anybody anything. I feel sorry for that dog, Jace, breaking his heart and dying like he did.
Funny thing about a dog never passes judgment. He just sticks right to the finish, whether you're good or bad, worth it or not. I'll help Roland get a jacket on. Then we can take him in.
For the murder of James Waterman, alias Joseph Wilson, J.B. Rowland was convicted and sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for a period of 99 years.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Peggy Weber, Herb Vigran, Ed Begley, Earl Keane, Tom Holland, and Tom McKee. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow night, NBC will present Parallel 38, a dramatization of the work of the Red Cross during the current crisis, with Raymond Massey in the starring role. Brigadier General David Sarnoff will explain the needs of the Red Cross during the 1951 fund campaign. So listen tomorrow to Parallel 38 and let your heart guide your hand when you give to the Red Cross. The Telephone Hour welcomes UC Bierling tomorrow on NBC.
Enjoy Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. Several small neighborhood businessmen are being victimized by a check forger. His method of operation is an old one, but the merchants continue to be swindled. Your job, get him. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 22nd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way into work, and it was 7:50 a.m. when I got to room 29. Forgery detail.
Morning, Joe.
Frank, how's it going?
Well, what'd I tell you?
What do you mean?
Well, what'd I say just last night when we signed out?
I don't know. What did you say?
You remember.
Well, look, Frank, it's been a hot night. Looks like today's going to be hotter. No guessing games, huh?
Well, that's just it. It was hot, just like I told you last night.
Well, all right, you convinced me. I don't get it, but it's okay.
Joe, I told you yesterday. Must have said it 5 or 6 times at least. Earthquake weather. That was the last thing I said to you before we went home. Earthquake weather.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess you'll believe me now, huh? This is what they call earthquake weather.
Well, look, we're not going to go through all that again, are we?
Well, Joe, you felt it, didn't you?
Well, sure I felt it. Everybody did. That doesn't put any more foundation under that old wives' tale of yours.
You ought to believe it now if you never did before. I tell you, Joe, in this kind of hot and muggy weather, you get earthquakes.
All right, you win. What about last July? We didn't have any then, did we?
Well, not every year, no, but that doesn't change it. All earthquakes hit in this kind of weather, Joe.
Oh, yeah, sure they do. Now, you tell them that up at Berkeley, you're going to change the whole seismograph theory, Frank.
Well, they can't tell you when you're going to get one, only how bad it was after it hits. That's what we need up there, Joe, some kind of a gadget to tell us when.
Well, why worry? You can tell from the weather.
Excuse me, am I in the right place? Is there an Officer Smith around here?
Yes, sir, I'm Frank Smith. What can I do for you?
My name's Martin Miller. I run Marty's Mart at 6th and Benson.
Beg your pardon?
Marty's Mart, little grocery store at 6th Street on the corner of Benson.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mr. Alms from the bank sent me up to see you.
Yeah, sure. This is my partner, Sergeant Friday, Mr. Miller.
How are you, Mr. Miller?
How you doing?
Alms over at the B of A called just before you got in, Joe. Said he was sending Mr. Miller over to see us.
Why don't you have a chair, Mr. Miller? Here.
Joe, Alms says that somebody's forging Mr. Miller's checks.
Your personal check, sir?
No, sir, my business checks. Marty's Mart, 6th and Benson.
Let's see if we have this right, Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir.
According to Alms, there have been 7 checks passed. They were all passed last Saturday night. Is that correct?
That's what he told me, yes, sir. That's why I come down to see you, but that's not quite all.
How's that, sir?
Well, you see, as soon as I talked to the bank and I found out that somebody was forging my checks, I went home and told the wife about it.
Yes, sir.
Well, the bank tells me the man who's been doing the dirty work's a fellow by the name of Roger Theodore or something like that.
Yes, that's right. That's the way we have it here.
Oh, you know this man? You got him arrested already?
Oh, no, sir. I mean, that's what Mr. Alms over at the bank told us.
Oh, yeah, sure. I didn't think you boys would move that fast. That'd be pretty fast work there.
Now, you say there were 7 checks of yours that this Theodore has forged, is that right?
No, sir, that's all the bank knows about. The wife and I did a little detective work on our own.
Is that right?
You bet we did. Em and me went through our checkbook, and guess what?
Yes, sir.
You say 7, me and Emma say 14.
Well, how do you mean, sir?
14, that's how it come for you.
Well, how do you mean 14?
Well, the bank's only found 7 of them, but he actually stole 14 of our business checks.
Well, you say you found that out after looking at your checkbook?
Yes, sir. Got the figures right here in my vest pocket. Let's see here. Numbers 7,020 to 7,033 inclusive. That makes 14 checks missing all told.
Well, how do you think the theft occurred, sir?
You stole them right out of the back part of the checkbook. Didn't think nobody'd find that out.
No, sir. What we mean is, how did the thief gain access to your checks? Do you leave them out in the open where people could get at them?
Well, they're in a plain black-covered book. Emma always makes out the checks most of the time. When she's through, she generally leaves them down underneath the counter in with a size 12 paper bags. That way we always know where to find it. You know, a place for everything, so on.
Mm-hmm. About when do you think the theft occurred, would you know?
Well, it'll be kind of hard to tell as to the exact time.
Well, when did you say you and your wife first noticed they were missing?
This morning, right after we talked to the bank man. That's when I got the idea to go through the checkbook. Wife didn't think so much of the idea, but she found out I was right.
Well, would you have any idea at all as to who might have taken the checks? Anyone suspicious loitering around your store or anything like that?
No, I don't believe so. Emma and I know most of the people around our neighborhood. But I wouldn't think any of those folks would do a thing like this.
Well, how about some transients? Somebody might have come in the store that you never saw before?
No, nobody I can recall.
You live in the back of the store, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, how'd you guess that? Say, you fellas are real good.
I was just wondering, sir, would it be possible somebody could have broken in during the night?
No, sir, not a chance. No, we could have told that.
Well, how about when you and your wife have lunch? Is it possible that you might leave the store unattended for short periods while both of you are in the back, maybe?
Say, that's right. You ever run a store?
No, sir.
Hey, George, that just could have happened, all right. Me and Emma lots of times duck in the back and sit down and grab a bite of lunch or a little cut of Tillamook cheese on a cracker, you know.
Yes, sir.
Hey, George, I'll bet that's what it could have happened, all right.
And do you figure the checks were taken in the last month, or about when, would you say?
Well, let's see. Must have been sometime during the last couple of weeks, if memory serves. That's about when we received our new checkbooks. Last couple of weeks. That must be it.
I see. Well, we want you to give the stenographer a full report of this, sir.
Here, Frank, I got the approval slip all made out. Now, if you'll be kind enough to take this slip down to room 23, the stenographer will take your report.
Oh, thank you very much.
We appreciate you coming in, Mr. Miller. We'll keep you informed of the developments of the case. Here's our card. If you hear anything, appreciate you giving us a call.
Well, fine. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
You say you'll keep me informed of what happens on this thing?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Say, maybe you better talk to Emma when you call the store. That's my wife.
Well, yes, sir. Won't you be there?
Oh, I'll be there, all right, but she'd like to have you call her.
Well, how's that, sir?
Well, it's about them other missing checks.
Yes, sir.
I told you it was my idea.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was hers.
9:30 a.m. Martin Miller went down the hall to make his report. Frank and I checked the name Roger Theodore through our files and also through R&I, but there was no record on him. 10:02 a.m. We checked with the head cashier at the bank where Miller had his checking account. The cashier was unable to let us see the forged checks, explaining that they'd been sent back to the people who had deposited them. However, he was able to give us a list of the firms that had taken in the bad checks. They were all large supermarkets in the central Hollywood area. He told us that the checks had varied in amount from $32.50 up to $78.97, and that each check was made out to a Roger G. Theodore, with the endorsement on the back of the check also by Theodore. 11:25 a.m. Frank and I drove out to a market at the corner of Franklin and Yucca. It was a big place with fruit stands along the front and large signs saying, "We never close."
Where do you think we find the manager?
Probably in the back there. These places, most of them work on one of the check stands, don't they?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Look at those Concord grapes. You ever seen so big? Sweet, too, I bet.
Yeah.
Ever figure out some way to grow them without seeds? They got it made.
Yeah.
Seeds always get stuck in my teeth. That the manager back there unpacking those cans? See, with a badge?
Yeah, that might be good. Pardon me, are you the manager here?
Yeah, is something I can do for you?
Yes, sir, police officers. My partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do? My name's Giles, Mickey Giles.
We'd like to talk to you about that check you cashed for Roger Theodore.
Theodore?
Yes, sir. Now, according to the bank, you cashed a check last Saturday for $64.89 for a Roger Theodore. The check was drawn on the account of a Martin Miller.
Yeah, I remember now. You catch the bum? No, sir, not yet. We'd just like to ask you some questions. Sure. You don't mind if I go ahead with this stuff, do you? I got to get these cans stowed.
No, sir. Go right ahead. Well, who cashed the check for? Would you remember that?
Sure, I remember. Me. At least I okayed it. One of the cashiers called me over, said this guy wanted to cash a check, and would I okay it? I did. Can you describe the man? Sure can. When that check came back from the bank, I got to thinking about the crummy deal, remembered almost every word of the conversation. Of all the lousy snow jobs, that no-good bum really dished out a lulu.
Yes, sir. How tall would you say the man was?
Maybe 5'10", 11, about 160 pounds. Said he worked for this grocery store, this Marty's...
Marty Smart.
Yeah, that's it. Said he worked down there. We talked about the grocery business. He told me how he wanted to start a place of his own. Tired of working for somebody else. Lousy trick.
Can you give us a further description of him, sir?
Well, he was dark. Real dark, black wavy hair. His eyes were almost solid black. Nice looking kid.
How old would you say he was, sir?
30, 31. Hard to tell. He was the kind of a guy who don't show his age too much.
Do you remember what time he came into the store?
Yeah, it was right after I announced the sale of day-old bread on the PA. That'd make it about 8:30 or 8:40. I always try to make it then so we won't be stuck with a lot of bread the next day. You know, get it off the shelves. It's not really a day-old, but by the time these women get through squeezing it, it sure looks like it's been on the shelves a long time.
Well, are you in the habit of cashing checks here often, sir?
We never cash personal checks. Get stuck too often. We will cash payroll checks if a guy's got identification.
Theodore have identification?
Sure, had his driver's license.
Do you have the check now, sir?
Yeah, it's in the back. You want to see it?
Yes, sir. I'd like to if we can.
Sure thing. Hold on a minute. I'll get it for you.
All right. Driver's license might lead to something, huh?
Yeah, doesn't figure he'd use his real name, though. Here it is. You see right here in the corner, the driver's license number, W414626.
What was that again?
W414626. No, 26.
Right, thank you.
Right.
May I see that, sir?
Yeah, here.
Thanks. There's an endorsement on the back.
Like I said, I hope you catch a crummy bum. The dirtiest trick ever played.
Yes.
Comes in here, buys a pound of weenies, 52 cents on special, and a kosher dill. Grand total, 61 cents. Lousy deal.
Yes, sir. I wonder if we could take this check with us. We'd like to have our handwriting man get a look at it.
Sure, anything to catch that no good bum. Spends 61 cents and cons me into cashing his check for $64.89. It's not the weenies or the pickle that gripe me.
No, sir.
The thought of that guy spending $63 of my money someplace else.
Frank and I called the office and asked them to check with DMV for a make on the number of the driver's license that we'd found written on the check. 11:55 a.m., we began to canvass the other 6 stores where Theodore had passed bad checks. In each instance, the descriptions we were able to obtain varied little. All of the managers of the stores had described him as a dark man in his early 30s. In checking with the managers further, we found that all of the checks had been passed within a period of an hour and a half. From the addresses of the stores, we could almost trace the exact route the forger had taken in making his rounds. The victims all gave us the same story, that Theodore had made a small purchase, talked about the grocery business, and used his driver's license as identification to cash the check. 2:14 p.m., we checked back into the office. The teletype had come through from DMV up in Sacramento giving the particulars on the driver's license. The license was made out to a Roger George Theodore, 1082 Whitley Street, Hollywood. The description on the license, however, did not tally with the one that we'd gotten from the victims of the forgeries. We asked DMV to send a photostat of Theodore's license to us for handwriting comparison with the forged checks that we'd been able to collect. The stats office made a run for us on Theodore's M.O. The names that they gave us were checked out but led us nowhere. 4:47 p.m., Frank and I drove out to the address listed on Theodore's driver's license. It was a large brick apartment building with a white marble entrance. We didn't find the suspect's name in the mailboxes, so we rang the bell to the manager's apartment.
Yes.
Mrs. Rice?
That's right. Something I can do for you?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Police officers? Well, what's going on? Is something wrong?
No, Mrs. Rice. Just some routine questions about one of your tenants.
Oh. Well, in that case, come in.
Thank you very much.
If you're police officers, I suppose you have some sort of identification.
Yes, ma'am, we do. Here's my ID card. My name's Joe Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Ah, dear, I'm Violet Wright. Oh, but then you know that. Can't be too careful these days. Oh, what did you wanted to know about? I know almost all of my tenants here. They all know me, too. Call them by their first names, and they call me Violet. I don't like formality. I never could stand it. Oh, speaking of stand, move that sewing onto the floor and sit down, young man.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, this is about Roger Theodore, Mrs. Rice.
Roger? Oh, yes. Well, what did you want to know about him? Him and his wife and me used to be great friends. Roger was a cartoonist, you know, worked for one of the studios in the valley. Pictures he used to draw, just beautiful. I have some of them if you'd like to see them.
No, ma'am, not right now. We'd just like to know if Mr. Theodore lives here.
No, his wife moved out about 6 months ago. I'd have to get the rent receipts to be sure, but I think it was about 6 months ago. Moved down to the beach. Took it pretty hard, you know.
Ma'am?
He took it pretty hard. Mrs. Theodore was so sudden.
What's that, Mrs. Rice?
When Roger died 6 months ago.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, sunny yellow pack. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So next time, insist on Fatima quality. Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Smoke Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality.
The apartment house manager, Mrs. Rice, went on to tell us that Roger Theodore had caught a bad cold and that it had developed into pneumonia. She told us that his death had been very sudden and that his passing had hit his wife very hard. We questioned her about the other tenants in the building who were friendly with the Theodores, but she was able to add little information to what we already had. The description she gave us of Theodore matched the one we'd gotten from DMV up in Sacramento, but bore little resemblance to the one we'd obtained from the supermarket managers. She gave us the address of Mrs. Theodore's beach house. 7:12 p.m., Frank and I drove up to the residence, a small white house built out over the sand. The paint was peeling off of the shutters, and a window box in front was full of dead geraniums. Mrs. Theodore was a tall woman in her late 20s. She asked us in, and we talked to her. She kept looking at the clock over the fireplace.
What time have you got, Sergeant?
7:18, Miss Theodore.
Seemed it was earlier than that. Now, what was it you were asking about Roger?
We were wondering if you could tell us how his driver's license could have been used as identification by someone else, ma'am.
No, I haven't the slightest idea.
Do you have his private papers, Mrs. Theodore?
Yes, most of them. They're in a strong box at the bank in town.
Would his driver's license be among those papers, perhaps?
I don't remember. I think so, but I can't be sure. It seems to me that I put them in the box. Just a minute.
All right, fine.
Just happened to think it might be in here. I put some of his things in here. Papers I didn't think were too important.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's his draft card, club membership card, some of his personal business cards. See, he drew a caricature of himself. He was very clever about things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems to me that I've seen his license someplace. No, it's not here.
Well, where did Mr. Theodore keep the license, ma'am?
He used to keep it out in the glove compartment of the car. Of course, I knew I'd seen it just a few days ago. It's in the glove compartment. That's where it is.
I wonder if we might see it, ma'am.
Surely. What time have you got, Sergeant?
At 7:20?
Thank you. Certainly turning cold all of a sudden.
Yes, ma'am. Fog's coming in.
Usually have it this time of year. Days have been so nice. Warm. That's funny.
What's that, ma'am?
I was sure it was here. Saw it just the other day. Now it's gone. And the other things, too.
Gone, ma'am?
Yes, the driver's license and his Social Security card. They were both in a little celluloid folder. Kept them together in here. It's funny.
Was it possible that you might have taken them out of the car?
No, I have no reason to. I hardly ever use the glove compartment. No, I'm sure they were here.
Well, maybe you picked something else up and the license came with it?
Maybe. Look through my purses. I might have picked them up.
Okay, fine.
It's going to warm up a little. I'll build a fire tonight. I understand where that license might have gone. Have to ask Lloyd.
Lloyd?
Yes, I met him a few weeks ago on the beach. He came down to swim. We got to be very good friends. Kind of half expecting him to call tonight, but he would have called before this if he's going to. I'll get my purse.
Fine, thank you.
I'm sure, though, it was in the glove compartment the last time I saw it. Lloyd might have seen it when he borrowed the car.
He borrowed your car?
Yeah, last week. He said he was having his overhauled. I wasn't using mine, so I told him to take it. Very nice. Are you sure your watch is right, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am. What day was it Lloyd took your car?
Last Friday or Saturday, one or the other. Nope, it's not here. I just don't know where it could have gone.
What does this Lloyd look like, Mrs. Theodore?
Lloyd, he's a nice-looking boy. Dark hair, dark eyes. Nice-looking boy.
About how old is he, ma'am?
Well, I never asked. I'd guess 30, 31.
Lloyd. Well, what's his last name, ma'am?
Stratton. Lloyd Stratton. Why are you asking all these questions about him? Has he done something? Is that it?
Well, we don't know, ma'am. Do you know where he lives?
Someplace in Hollywood. I don't know the number. He hasn't got a phone. I called information once. They didn't have a listing.
When was the last time you saw him, ma'am?
Monday. He came down to take a swim, and we talked. You must be mistaken, officers. He couldn't do anything dishonest, I know. But the last time he was here, he was a little short of cash. I offered him $50 to tide him over. He didn't want to take it, but I insisted. I didn't have enough to do it.
What's that, ma'am?
He wanted me to cash his payroll check.
We questioned Mrs. Theodore further, but she couldn't add anything to what she'd already told us. She was unable to give us the names of any of Stratton's friends, his relatives, or tell us where he might be employed. 7:46 p.m. Frank and I drove back to the office. We ran the name and description of Lloyd Stratton through R&I. They came up with several possible suspects. In the process of elimination, we were left with one name, Lloyd Stimpson, who had as one of many aliases the name Lloyd Stratton. His description tallied closely with the ones we'd gotten from the victims of the forgeries. His record showed him to be a two-time loser on parole from San Quentin at the present time. He'd been convicted both times for forgery. In checking the suspect's handwriting card, Don Meyer was able to tell us that the writing on the checks and the exemplars of the suspects were the same. We obtained mugshots of the suspect and drove out to check them with the victims. 9:22 p.m. We got to the market at the corner of Franklin and Yucca Streets, the manager's office.
Mr. Giles? Yes? Oh, you're the officers who were here this morning. You caught the guy yet, the one who forged that check?
No, sir, not yet. We'd like you to look at some pictures, if you would.
Of the guy? You got pictures of him? Figures if you had pictures of him, you'd catch him.
Well, we think we know who he is, Mr. Giles, but we'd like you to check these pictures just to be sure.
Fine, glad to help. Can I get that bum?
Yes, sir. Here are the pictures, Mr. Giles.
Good. Let me sit down here and get this stuff off my desk.
All right, fine. Now, just look through some of them, sir, and see if the man is there, if you would.
Yeah, let me spread them out here. I'm playing solitaire. Look at that one. Mean-looking fellow, real criminal type. No, that's not him. No. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
This one. Right here. He's the guy. He's the one who cashed the check.
You sure, Mr. Giles?
I'm positive. That's him.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
It's all right, officers. Glad to help. This fella, Theodore.
Well, his real name's Stimpson, Lloyd Stimpson.
Yeah, well, this Stimpson, he done this sort of thing before?
Sir?
Forged checks.
Well, yes, sir. He's been convicted twice.
How about that? Lousy thing. I wonder what he tells his friends when they ask.
What's that?
About his work. Probably tells them he writes for a living.
We checked with the other victims of the forgeries. We were able to get 3 more identifications of the suspect. The rest of the people involved couldn't be reached at the time. We contacted the suspect's parole officer, and he gave us his last known address, and he said that he'd give us whatever assistance he could in apprehending Stimpson, alias Stratton. In checking the address furnished by the parole officer, we found that the suspect had moved a week before and left no forwarding address. A local and an all-points bulletin was gotten out on Stratton. There were still 7 checks to be accounted for, and none of these had been reported to us as having been forged and passed. In addition to the local and the APB, we got out a special circular giving the description of the suspect, his picture, and a sample of the forged checks. It was distributed to all supermarkets and check-cashing agencies in the area. We requested that if the suspect attempted to cash one of the checks, forgery detail be notified at once, and if possible, that he be delayed until we could pick him up. Since none of the checks had been reported since the previous Saturday night, it looked like the suspect might be waiting until the coming weekend to get rid of the other checks he had in his possession. During the following 3 days, we ran down several leads on the suspect, but none of them panned out. Saturday, July 26, 8:40 p.m. I got back to the office after seeing the one remaining victim.
That you, Joe?
Yeah. I just checked that place out on Melrose.
They making?
Yeah. Said Stratton was the guy that hung the paper on them last week.
Well, that's it then. All 7 of them check out.
Yeah. All the managers said they were positive. None of them had any doubt. Oh, it's hot out.
Yeah, hot and muggy.
Let's not go into that again, huh? Any word?
No, Joe, everything's quiet.
If we figured it right, Stratton should make a try tonight, huh?
Figures he will, but I don't know, Joe.
Yeah?
Maybe he's figured the deal. Maybe he planned to hit them all one weekend, then leave town.
It's possible. If he got away with it once, chances are he'll try it again. I get it. Forgery, Friday. Yes, sir? Where? Yes, sir. What was that address again? Yes, sir. We'll be right out. All right, let's hustle it. Mark it out on Primrose.
Stratton?
Yeah, he's there now. The call had come from a large supermarket in the Hollywood area. From what the clerk had said on the phone, Stratton had made several purchases and then tried to cash a payroll check drawn on Marty's Mart. The clerk had recognized him immediately and called us. When we walked into the market, one of the clerks motioned to us from a front counter.
Over there, Joe.
Yeah, there's no one at the stand.
Maybe he wouldn't wait.
You the cops? I made the call.
Yes, sir. We're police officers. Where is he?
Back there by counter 25. And I told him it'd be a few minutes before I could get the check okayed. He said he'd look around, maybe find something else he wanted.
Do you have the check?
Yes, sir, right here. You can see it's the same kind as the one on the circuit.
Yes, okay, sir. Thank you.
There won't be any trouble with him. Getting him out of here.
Well, that depends on him.
I'll go around the counter, come up from the back.
All right. Mr. Theodore? You Roger Theodore?
Yes, you the manager here? I don't see what the problem is. It's a payroll check. If you don't want the business, there are other stores I can go to.
No, police officer, Mr. Stratton. I want to talk to you.
Certainly, but there's some mistake. My name's not Stratton, it's Roger Theodore.
No mistake, mister. Let's go.
No. Come here.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, hold it up, Stratton.
Watch that cart, Joe.
Outside.
Get in the car, Joe.
All right, hold it up, Stratton. Stay where you are.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I won't try anything. Don't shoot.
All right, out of the car, mister.
I'll shake him. Oh, what's this all about? What are you trying to prove? He's clean, Joe. Hands behind your back.
Want to check the car, Frank?
Yeah. You won't find anything. There's nothing to find. A few groceries, that's all. Must be some kind of mistake.
No, I don't think so, Stratton. Frank, what do you got?
Looks clean, Joe. Just checking the seat covers. You sure you got the right guy? You keep calling me Stratton. I told you my name's Theodore. Look, get my driver's license out of my pocket. It'll tell you who I am.
All right, let's come off it. We know who you are. We got your record and a dozen people to identify you.
Joe?
Yeah.
Found these under the seat covers in the back. Checks from Marty's Mart. So what? No law against having a few blank checks, is there?
Only when you try to cash them.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 21st, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere. In Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness and a really different flavor and aroma. That's right, Fatimas are distinctive. In king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Lloyd Harold Stimson, alias Lloyd Stratton, was tried and convicted of 7 counts of forgery. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. Forgery is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 14 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, lightning starts a few forest fires every year. But careless people cause many, many more. This shameful waste of one of our greatest natural resources weakens America. This holiday weekend, if you picnic or camp out, please be careful with fire. Be sure, be very sure your campfire is really out before you leave it. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, Cliff Arquette, Virginia Gregg. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Friday, hear the Mario Lanza Show over NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 142. Cover the district around Pasadena Avenue and Avenue 42 and pick up any suspicious person. That's all. Rolls and questions.
Are you confused by all this talk about gasoline, all claiming superiority? Then listen to this frank letter from a stranger in our midst. He writes,
As a newcomer from the East, I've been frankly bewildered by the many conflicting claims advertised for the leading brands of gasoline in the West. When I heard Rio Grande's broadcast saying more police, fire, and emergency cars are powered by Rio Grande Cracked wherever it is sold than any other brand, I decided that it was the first really convincing statement I'd heard about any gasoline. I know you couldn't make this statement unless it were absolutely true. And it's obvious that police and emergency cars depend more upon gasoline than pleasure cars. So, I figured if these big buyers, to whom gasoline is all important, prefer Rio Grande Cracked above all others, it's the logical gasoline for me, too. I'm convinced that I'm now using the best gasoline money can buy.
Signed, Mr. Matt M. Hammond, 764 South Normandy, Los Angeles. This same reasoning induces thousands of motorists every month to drive into a Rio Grande station and ask for Cracked, the same gasoline the police cars use. They have discovered that Rio Grande Cracked lives up to its guarantee of police car performance in your pleasure car. And now it is our pleasure once more to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends, and boys at the police camp at Vallermo. The policeman is a public servant. When he takes his oath of office, he promises to enforce the laws which the people make. The ideal police force does just this, enforces the law, keeps the peace, sees that the machinery of society functions smoothly and with least friction. The ideal police force does not meddle in politics, does not concern itself with the social opinions of the public, does not interfere in any way with the affairs of the public, so long as the public keeps its peace. It is my constant effort and ambition to attain this ideal. The case you are about to hear tonight deals with an officer who might be called an ideal officer. Using intelligence, his own God-given initiative, he solved a brutal crime and brought the criminal to justice. His reward, of which you will hear later, is typical of the recognition any man under my command may expect for showing the same qualities.
It is a few days before Christmas in 1913. In Thurston's drugstore on Pasadena Avenue in Los Angeles, young Harold Ziegler is showing Mr. Thurston his new flashlight as Mrs. Thurston goes to answer the phone.
Isn't it a dandy, Mr. Thurston?
It sure is, Harold.
My dad bought it for me.
Ought to have waited until Christmas, oughtn't he, Harold?
Well, you see, my birthday comes on Christmas Day, so Dad sort of figured I ought to have this as a birthday present ahead of time.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of him. You're liable to lose out with only one set of presents for both days.
Yeah, and then Bill White, the motor cop's been telling me that I ought to have a flashlight when I make deliveries at night.
He's right, Harold. It isn't safe to ride a bicycle around at night the way these fools run their automobiles nowadays. 30 miles an hour down Pasadena Avenue. Wonder they don't break their necks.
Oh, Ed.
Yeah?
Party up on Avenue 42 wants some fifth-rate of magnesia. They said to send along change for $20. They want it in a hurry.
All right, I'll get the magnesia. You get the change for Harold.
Gee, that's swell. Now I can use my new light.
Well, you be careful with this money now, Harold.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'd send Robert, only he's home for supper.
Don't you worry about me, ma'am. I can take care of it just as well as Robert can, even if I am 2 years younger than him.
Well, we'll see. Here's $19.50. The SIP rate will be $50. Take their $20 and give them this money and the citrate and come right back.
Gee, Mrs. Thurston, I know how to make change.
All right, Harold, here's the citrate. You better get started.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget to use that new light of yours.
Don't worry, I won't.
I wonder what's keeping Harold, Ed. He's been gone over an hour now.
I don't know. He ought to have been back in 15 minutes.
Do you think he might have been run over by an automobile?
Well, less chance of that than ever before. He had that new flashlight tonight.
But it's such an ugly night, raining and all.
I'm going up that way and look for him. What was that address?
727 Avenue 42.
East or west?
West.
And I'll be back shortly.
Running into a friend outside the store, Mr. Thurston enlists him in the hunt for the missing messenger. Quietly, they walk several blocks through the drizzling rain until...
Oh,
What's the matter?
Oh, consarn these bloomin' kids that leave their bicycles on the sidewalk. I'd like to catch that young imp. I'd wring his neck.
Wait a minute, wait. This is Harold's bicycle.
What?
And he's the last kid in the world who'd leave his precious wheel out in the street in the rain. There's something mighty funny about all this.
Say, look across the sidewalk there.
What is it?
Wait a minute. I'll see what it is. What? It's a club. A wooden club.
Great Scott, there's blood on it. Something's happened to Harold.
Listen, Ed. You look down that way, and I'll go this way. See if we can find anything else.
All right, call out for him.
Here.
Harold!
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 Where are you, boy?
Harold!
Harold!
Here's his flashlight.
What?
Down here in this ravine.
Well, he must be around here somewhere.
Oh, wait until I get this thing turned on. There. Oh, look.
Oh.
He's still breathing. Hurry across the street to that house and call an ambulance. I'll do what I can for him until it gets here. Well, Bill, it doesn't look like there's much business for a cop tonight.
No, raining too hard for the second story man, I guess.
What did they think about you hanging around this pot-bellied stove up here at Lincoln Heights?
It's okay with the sergeant. Thanks to you, I've got a police substation right here in your hardware store.
And I've got police protection. Well, it's fair enough. Someone wants a pound of nails, I'd bet. Hello? Yeah. Just a minute. It's for you, Bill. Sounds like the sergeant.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'll get up there right away.
Crime on a night like this?
Looks like murder. See you later.
Patrolman Bill White arrives at the scene of the crime a few moments after the ambulance has removed Harold's eyeglass. He is met by Officer Harry Glaze.
Sergeant sent me over, Glaze.
Good. This is a tough one.
Let's have it.
Someone beat up Harold Ziegler.
You mean Ed Thurston's delivery boy?
Yeah.
Poor kid. I knew him well. Hurt bad?
Head beaten in badly. They don't expect him to live.
Oh, what a dirty shame. Got any leads?
Nothing that's worth anything. Come along, I'll show you all there is. There's his bicycle over there. And here's the weapon.
Small end of an axe handle.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Throw your flash over here.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Jelly beans scattered all over the place. Harold loved them. Well, what else?
Apparently he was dragged down here into this ravine. This is where they found the body.
Now, wait a minute. Throw your flash around here. Nice footprints.
Probably belong to the ambulance driver.
One of them must belong to the attacker. Has homicide been notified?
Yes. They're on their way out.
Well, when they get here, see they don't disturb those footprints. I've got a hunch I can find a fellow whose shoes fit some of those prints. And if I get him, I want to be able to make a comparison.
You mean you've got this case solved already?
No, not yet. But I've got a strong suspicion, and I don't want those big flat feet from headquarters ruining these prints.
But the homicide boys are assigned to the case.
I know, but this happened on my beat. And I know the ins and outs of this neighborhood better than the headquarters boys. And I knew Harold Ziegler. I want to crack this case my way. I may need your help. How about it?
I am with you, Bill.
Okay. Guard those footprints, and don't say anything about my hunch. I'm going down to the hospital to see if I can get anything out of Harold. The poor kid's still alive.
Good evening, Officer Hyde.
No. Hello, Edith. You got that Ziegler kid in here, the one that was beaten up?
Yes.
I'd like to ask him some questions, if I may.
You can go back, but I doubt if you can find out anything. The boy's unconscious. His mother and father are there with him.
Good evening, Doctor. Good evening. May I talk to the boy?
Yes, but I don't think he can hear you. He's very low.
Harold. It's Bill White, the motor cop. Harold, who hit you? Harold, I've got to know who did it. Can't you hear me, Harold? Harold, can't you tell me? Just tell me his name.
It's no use, officer. He's dead.
And later that night, Patrolman Bill White unfolds his theory to Officer Glaze and Mr. Thurston in the back room of Thurston's drugstore.
Now, here's the hunch I want you to help me on, Glaze. Shoot. Remember about a year ago, a Japanese gardener was beaten up and robbed over in Herman?
Yes?
Well, that Japanese was beaten the same way that Harold was. Same kind of a club. And for the same motive, robbery.
I still don't see how that proves the same person did it, Bill.
Well, Mr. Thurston, that's a principle we use in police work. We found out that the modus operandi, or method of committing a crime, is a trademark of any particular criminal. He always goes about his dirty work in the same way. But my conviction is deeper than merely superficial similarities. I worked on that Japanese case.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir. And I found out that it was pulled by 3 young thugs. One of them was a 20-year-old good-for-nothing who lives over in Herman. His name's Walter Smith. The second was Red Thomas, aged 18. And the third, the one who swung the club on the Japanese, well, I couldn't get a line on him for a long time. Then I got a tip from a butcher over on Avenue 57 that he was reasonably certain that a 17-year-old kid by the name of Louis Bundy, who was driving his meat wagon, had conked the Japanese. I started to check up on this Bundy kid, and I finally got him on a robbery of a delivery station for a downtown department store.
You mean that fellow, the Paris John?
That's right. He pleaded guilty. But some social workers had him put on probation. So he went scot-free with a grudge against me. Now, I know about every kid in this district, and though some of them get into jams occasionally, there are only 3 who are thoroughly vicious hoodlums, and they're Smith, Thomas, and Bundy. This job tonight was the work of someone familiar with the neighborhood. Whoever did it knew your organization, Mr. Thurston, and he knew the neighborhood well enough to give you the address of a vacant house for the delivery.
What? Yeah, I checked on the address. That house has been vacant for 3 weeks. But to commit murder for $19.50...
Yeah, that's a lot of money to a 17-year-old boy.
Well, as far as that goes, I can't very well afford to lose it myself.
We'll get it back for you, Mr. Thurston. Is there anything that misses in my reconstruction of the case?
Nothing that I can see. It checks all right.
Fine. We let homicide do whatever it likes, Glaze, and you and I will work on Bundy and his pals.
Early the next morning, Glaze and White returned to the scene of the crime equipped with plaster of Paris. The footprints are still intact in the rapidly drying mud, and the officers quickly make casts of all the impressions. The elimination of the prints begins. One pair belongs to Mr. Thurston, another to his companion of the preceding evening, another to the ambulance driver. At last, there remains but one pair of unidentified prints, the impression of a shoe with new cat's paw rubber heels. White and Glaze take these to the neighborhood cobbler at Pasadena Avenue and Avenue 43.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Tony.
What's that you got in your hand?
That's a plaster cast of a shoe print.
I never see anything like that before.
Well, take a good look at it.
She's just like a white shoe, huh?
That's right, Tony. Now, look carefully. Is that your work? Did you mend this pair of shoes recently?
Hey, golly. This is my work. See these nail holes. Look at this hammer. She's uneven. What? Can you imagine that?
These look like new heels, Tony. Did you put them on?
Oh, I put on the heels.
Who did you do this for?
Well, let me think. Sure. I do it for that Bundy kid, Louis Bundy.
Louis Bundy? Well, what do you say, Glaze?
I say your hunches are great things.
Familiar with the habits of the boys who frequently go to Sycamore Grove to play tennis, Glaze and White parked their motorcycles some distance from Sycamore Grove and approaching it by a circuitous route, finally arrive at a point on the hill where they can watch the tennis courts without being seen. They remain secreted for half an hour before anyone appears. And then Bundy approaches the park from the railroad tracks. A little later, Red Thomas joins him, and shortly after, the Smith boy shows up. They sit in huddled conversation for several minutes while the officers watch.
What do you suppose the conference is about?
Probably planning some more devilment.
I wish we were close enough to hear what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, it's all over anyway. There goes Bundy to play tennis.
Now, what do we do?
We'll start on Thomas. Look, he's getting a ride on a bakery truck. That truck's next stop is Steiner's Grocery in Highland Park. I'm going to take my motorcycle and meet it when it gets there. You go back to Green's hardware store. I'll meet you there.
Well, as far as I go for a while, kid. This is fine. Thanks for the lift. Don't mention it.
Hello, Red.
Huh? Well, what do you want?
You.
What for?
Oh, I want to ask you a few questions.
What for? I ain't done nothing.
We'll see about that.
Well, I don't see what you...
Want to come along peaceful, or shall I put you under arrest?
Oh, all right.
Officer White takes Red Thomas back to Green's hardware. And there, locked in the basement, he questions him for a long time.
Now, Red, where were you yesterday afternoon and evening?
I told you half a dozen times. I was down at the pool room all afternoon.
What time did you get home?
About 7 o'clock.
Where were you at 6:30?
I don't know. Probably still at the pool room or on my way home.
Weren't you with Louis Bundy?
No. Why?
What were you talking to Bundy and Walter Smith about this morning?
Well, I don't know. Just talking.
Well, what were you talking about?
There ain't no law against talking to a couple of pals, is there?
No, but when the conversation is regarding a murder, then I want to know about it.
Murder? What murder?
You know very well what murder. The murder of Harold Ziegler last night. Now, I'm going to arrest you and Smith and Bundy for that little job.
Listen, White. I didn't have anything to do with that.
No? Well, how are you going to prove that?
I don't know, but it's God's own truth. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I swear it.
Who did it?
I can't squeal.
Well, you'd better. I found Louis Bundy's shoe prints at the scene of the crime, and I know he's in on it.
Well, maybe he is, but I'm not.
Start talking.
Oh, right. All right, I'll tell you what I know about it.
Go ahead.
Well, we was up to Sycamore Grove yesterday, and Bundy said he wished he knew how to get some money, and Smith suggested we write a phony check for $15 or $20 and get the butcher to send some meat, COD, to a vacant house somewhere, and then get the delivery boy to cash the phony check.
And you thought you could get away with that? Gee, you punks are dumb.
I knew we couldn't get away with it. I told them it was forgery, and I didn't want any part of it, so I beat it. I don't know what they did after that. When we met down at the Grove this morning, Smith and I both accused Bundy of killing that Ziegler kid, and he denied it. Oh, gosh, that's all I know.
And that's plenty.
Oh, will you let me go now?
And let you warn your pals? Not a chance. The only place I'll let you go is to jail.
A little while later, Walter Smith is arrested as he tries to make a getaway from his home. In the store basement, White questioned him. Here's the same story as he had heard from Red Thomas.
I swear to God I didn't have anything to do with Croak and Harold. When Red pointed out that Lewis's check plan was forgery, I backed out, too. I don't want to get mixed up on a penitentiary rap.
So you didn't have anything to do with that murder, eh?
No, sir. I didn't know anything about it until I read in this morning's paper about Harold being dead. That's why I went over to the Grove to see Bundy. He denied it, of course, but I've got a hunch he did it.
And so have I, my young informer.
Retaining the two youths in custody, White and Glaze start out after Louis Bundy. In a vacant house across the street from the Bundy home, they lie in wait for their prey. It is 11 o'clock in the evening before the circumstantially accused murderer comes home. From their hiding place, they see him bid his parents good night and retire to his bedroom. Then the two officers cross the street and ring the doorbell. Mrs. Bundy answers the door.
Yes?
We're police officers, ma'am. We want to talk to Louis.
Oh, what are you going to do with my boy now?
Just want to ask him a few questions.
But he's gone to bed.
Somebody raised a window in that other room, Bill.
Get in there fast.
Now, look here. You can't come to a person's house.
All right, Louis. Up with your hands.
Hey, what's the big idea?
That's what we want to know. These cuffs will keep you from opening any more windows.
Oh, what is it, Louis? What have you done now?
I don't know, Mom. I ain't done nothing.
Oh, Louis, why must you always be getting into trouble? I tried so
Now,
hard.
Mrs. Bundy, if you'll just not get excited. I've got to ask your son some questions. Where were you last night, Louis?
Last night? I don't know, around.
Around where?
Oh, down at the corner, hanging around.
Look at this, Bill. A shirt. It's been washed. There's still some brown stains on it.
What are these stains, Lewis?
I don't know.
I'll bet you $5 they're blood.
And you better not, you'd lose your money.
Where are the shoes Tony put new heels on last week?
Oh, those? Well, they wasn't no good, so I threw them away.
Where?
In the incinerator. I burned them.
Take a look for him out there, Glaze, while I escort Lewis to Lincoln Heights.
Now you got me here in jail. Maybe you'll tell me what you're arresting me for.
Gladly. The charge is murder.
Ah, you're kidding.
No, on the level, Lewis. You see, it's this way. Last night, about 6:30, you murdered Harold Zeiger. We know all about it.
Don't try to bluff me, copper.
I'm not, but apparently I have to convince you. Last night when you beat that poor kid's skull in, you left your heel prints in the mud. Today, Tony the cobbler identified those prints as having been made by the heels he put on your shoes. Then we picked up your two pals, Smith and Thomas, and they both talked plenty.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, after I booked you, I'm going back to your house and turn it upside down until I find the $19.50 you stole from Harold. And the shoes you said you burned, but that Glaze couldn't find in the incinerator. And the blood-stained clothing. I've got a little hunch about them. I think you probably buried them in the cellar. I'm going to dig down there until I find them.
Listen, White. Do me a favor and don't do that.
Why not?
Well, just don't. I don't want my mother bothered no more. Lay off that, and I'll tell you the whole story.
Well, let's have it.
Well, you promise not to bother my mother?
I'll try not to.
Well, you see, it's this way. I got a girl up in Ventura, see? Well, she's coming down to L.A. for the holiday, see? So I wanted to get her a Christmas present and show her a good time. Only I ain't got no coin, see? Well, Smith and Red backed out on me, so I figured I'd pull a job alone. I'm sorry, old man Thurston sent Harold on that phony errand because I liked the kid. I hadn't planned to kill nobody, but there was nothing else I could do.
What do you mean?
Well, I met Harold near the hill at Mommy and Way, see? And I spoke to him, figuring he wouldn't be able to make me out in the dark. But he turned on his flashlight and he recognized me. And then I knew I'd have to kill him or he'd took the money away from him. So I let him have it with the axe handle. He thought I wanted his flashlight because he kept telling me I could have it if I didn't beat him no more. But I kept on beating him until he didn't make no more noise. Then I took the money and I got away from there fast.
And you went home and buried the bloody pants and the shoes and the money in the cellar.
Not the money.
What happened to it?
Well, I dropped it while I was running away.
A nice story. A nice Christmas present for Harold's mother. Her son's caught.
I couldn't help it. I had to kill him. It was him or me.
White returns to the Bundy home and starts digging in the cellar. He recovers the bloody coat and trousers, the bloody shoes, which match perfectly the plaster casts he had made at the murder scene. One thing he cannot find is the money, and Lewis stoutly maintains that he had dropped it while making his getaway. On Christmas Day, White, seeking to unravel this last shred of evidence, drops into Thurston's drugstore.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
How's the case coming along?
Fine, except for one thing.
What's that?
The money. Bundy claims he dropped it making his getaway. Now, I think he's lying, but I can't get a line on it. I wish I could return that to you for a Christmas present.
Well, to tell you the truth, so do I.
I got a plan. If you're willing to lend me the same amount of money.
What?
Just for a few hours. Sort of the old gypsy trick, making money produce more money.
Well, whatever you say.
Now, here's what I want you to do. Give me $19.50 in the same denominations you gave Harold that night, and put it in a purse as nearly like the one he had as you can find.
All right, but I don't understand what for.
Another hunch, Mr. Thurston. You'll find out soon enough.
Half an hour later, Officer White enters Bundy's cell in the city jail.
Merry Christmas, Lewis.
Yeah? I don't see nothing so merry about it.
Boy, I think it's plenty merry. I've discovered what a liar you are, and as a result, I'm able to give a couple of old people some Christmas cheer.
What are you talking about?
Purse with the $19.50 in it. The Thurstons need that money, and I'm going to return it to them this afternoon.
Oh, so you found it then?
Yes, in spite of your constant lying. You didn't throw it away. You buried it in the cellar.
That's right, but you can't blame me for lying. I figured if you overlooked it, I could give the money to my folks later.
Yeah, your folks wouldn't want blood money.
No, I guess it's better you found it.
Sure it is. Now, look, Lewis. Drop those blues. How'd you like a turkey dinner and then a visit out home, eh?
Gee, you mean it?
Sure I do.
My gosh, I believe you're a human being after all, White.
After a big Christmas dinner, Officer White takes Louis Bundy home and permits him to visit with his mother. Then he leads him down to the cellar.
Well, Louis, before we go back to jail, I'd like you to show me how you buried all that stuff. I found it all anyways, but I'd like to get your movements clear in my mind.
Sure.
Now, here's your shovel.
Well, after I got home, I stripped out of my coat and pants and shoes and brought them down here. I dug a hole right here. And I buried the clothes and the shoes, and then I covered over the hole. And then I went over here under the steps, and I dug another hole to bury the money in. Say, what is this?
What I've been looking for, Louis. Thurston's money.
And that purse you showed me down at the jail?
The decoy. Thanks for showing me where the money was, Louis.
Why, you dirty, low-down, double-crossing...
Officer Bill White thus was able to return to the Thurstons the stolen money as well as the decoy that same Christmas Day. Chief Sebastian recognizes the excellent single-handed job of police work done by White, promoted him to a lieutenancy in the detective force, a position which he held for 16 years until his retirement. Louis Bundy, who brutally took the life of a fellow man, was hanged at San Quentin, and his two pals, having assisted the investigation and convinced the authorities of their innocence, were released.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to know how we write and rehearse these Calling All Cars broadcasts? You will find the full illustrated story in the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News, now being given away to everyone who asks everywhere Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. True detective stories in every issue, telling how cases were solved by the police departments who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We invite you to use the same gasoline that has been selected above all others, everywhere it is sold, to power more police, fire, and emergency cars than any other brand. Every boy and girl is interested in detective work. And at no cost to you, you can give some fortunate youngster a complete detective outfit of 14 valuable free gifts. Easterners will be glad to know that all Rio Grande dealers carry Sinclair motor oils. Throughout the East and Middle West, Sinclair motor oils are widely known as the oil that's mellowed millions of years. You've seen pictures of the giant Sinclair dinosaurs that symbolize the age of Sinclair motor oils. Now, these famous oils are available throughout the Pacific Coast and Far West, distributed by the Rio Grande Oil Company through thousands of independent dealers. We guarantee that you can't buy better motor oils at any price than Sinclair. And your Rio Grande dealer will tell you the scientifically exact grade to use for your car.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars to cancellation broadcast 142. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Rolls and clips.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
And always audacity. That remark was made by a very smart young fellow named Napoleon. The same very smart young fellow also said, I would rather have one bad general than 3 good ones. Now, both these maxims apply to the story I'm going to tell you this week. The story of Colonel Thomas Blood. It is certain he had audacity, and how. But his plan, although conceived by him, failed. It failed because he employed too many cooks. I mean generals. One general may be bad, but he will be positive. 3 generals may all be good, but their plans may conflict. The other evening I was having a drink with a divisional inspector. He was not on duty, and I asked him point blank what he thought was the most audacious crime that had ever been committed in England. This was something he evidently had no doubt about, for without the flick of an eyelid he replied, the theft of the British crown jewels from the Tower of London. Let me refresh your memory. Thomas Blood, born in 1618, so they say, was a man with a grievance. He was an Irishman, so I don't suppose it was altogether surprising. But was surprising, and still is, considering the day and age in which he lived, is that he went to such desperate lengths to avenge what he believed were his wrongs, and still managed to die a natural death in bed. But if ever a man seemed destined for the gallows, that man was Thomas Blood, a point of view which his associates never tired of reminding him.
You're asking for trouble, Tom. You're always asking for trouble.
Ah, that's right. Why don't you just let things be?
What's the good of all this scheming and plotting? What's it going to gain for you? Except a stretched neck and a quick exit from life.
What's it going to gain for me? My estates and the £500 a year income that Charles Stewart and his creatures have stolen from me. Rot their hides.
Let no legal claim against the king, Tom, and you know it.
It's the best part of 8 years since you lost those estates. What hope is there of getting them back now?
A man's got to be reasonable about these things. After all, you were given the estates and income in the first place by Henry Cromwell as a reward for fighting with the parliamentary forces. It's only natural that if Charles comes to the throne, he'd take him away from you again.
In your position, I consider myself lucky to be still alive.
That's right. Think back on some of your comrades. Think how many of them lost not only their worldly goods, but their lives.
Those estates are mine. I shall have them back by...
Ah, there you go again. I tell you, you've not a dog's chance. Well, tell it's true. Ever since you got yourself mixed up in that futile rising against the Duke of Ormond in Dublin, and then went to Scotland and fought with the Covenanters at Pentland Hills, the king's spies have been on your trail. Is it the truth I'm telling, Richard?
Sure. I've even heard it whispered there's £500 waiting for the man who'll betray you and hand you over.
There's your chance, gentlemen. Oh, Tom, Duncan. Here are your fruits.
I find hard to believe from your paper. All I ask is to do what I know more.
Then don't do it for.
Well, don't you rest on the corner for going to be killing the fool and dinner as soon as the cause is lost.
I can only repeat that soon as you're determined to get what's right behind.
How? You don't get a law.
You can't even come out in the open.
What are ways and means for being determined enough?
And holding for ransom against the restoration of your estate.
That's pretty much was, to be sure. How more of escape capture and hanging, I don't know.
It was all right. It was bungled.
By who?
All of us. No anxious. There'll be no mistakes next time, weren't you?
That's just it, Tom. As far as I'm concerned, I'd be here if there weren't a next time.
Well, and so would I. I may be scrawny and often dirty,
but I've still a respect for me neck. And you say you're still my friend. We are, Tom. We are. Very well, then. Prove it. But how? If I can put up a plan that is practical, that will involve us in no more than a reasonable risk, and that may ultimately return me my sequestered estates, will you join me?
What is it you have in mind, Tom?
Nothing as yet. I'm but asking you the question. Should I find such a plan, how far may I rely on you? What do you say, Parrot? Well, so long as the risk's no more than reasonable, I'm your man. Richard?
Aye, Parrot speaks for me, too. But mind you, Tom, there's got to be a fair chance of success. No more of these desperate enterprises. I like my life too much to have it suddenly terminated.
Very well, gentlemen. That's all I wanted to know. When I form the plan, you shall hear from me again.
A man of inflexible purpose, this Colonel Blood. The fact that his estate had been seized from someone else in the first place meant nothing to him at all. They were his, and by thunder, he wasn't going to let any upstart steward keep them from him. I like to think of him pacing his little room in the inn, where he was hiding against the king's men, swishing his rapier against imaginary enemies, tugging impatiently at his moustache, thinking up schemes, analyzing them, rejecting them, until at last there came the great idea. It was daring, and on the face of it, madly reckless. But its very boldness was a factor that might enable it to succeed. To think with Colonel Blood was to act. He emerged cautiously from his inn to buy a few necessary items of clothing. And then...
Betsy! Betsy! Landlord, where the devil's that daughter of yours?
Here I am, sir. What's your pleasure? Another flagon of wine?
I want to talk here. Now come inside.
Dear me, trust herself alone with such as you, Colonel.
Ah, stop being coy, girl. It isn't to come here. Shut that door.
Well, easy with your orders, aren't you?
Now listen here, Betsy. You see this?
Aye, and hear it, too.
There's 4 crowns there. It's yours for a trifling service. Now, what do you say?
Oh, what service? Trifling with my affections, you mean?
Ah, save your affections for the stable, boy. Now, I'll tell you what you have to do. You see these clothes?
Bless my heart and soul, sir. Is our gallant Captain Blood proposing to turn preacher?
Temporarily, yes. I'm going to change into these, and I want you to go straight up to your room and put on the best things.
What for?
We're going out together. A provincial parson and his young wife.
Where?
To the Tower of London. Have you ever seen the Crown Jewels, Betsy?
No.
Then you shall have that privilege within the hour.
Dear, what are you plotting up now?
Don't ask questions, girl.
I've no mind to land myself in trouble.
There'll be no trouble so long as you behave sensible and do as you're told.
Well, and what am I told to do?
I'll explain all that on the way. Off you go now, Undress.
An hour later, Mr. Talbot Edwards, keeper of the Crown Jewels in the Tower of London, was entertaining 2 visitors, as charming a pair as he had the pleasure of meeting for many months.
This is the strong room where we keep the jewels. Mind your head as you come in, sir. The doorway's a trifle low, I'm afraid.
Oh, where are they, Mr. Edwards? Oh, so excited I can hardly wait.
Patience, my dear, patience. All in good time.
Yes, John.
If you'd be so kind as to permit me to draw back these covers. There they are, dear lady.
Oh, so beautiful.
Crown, orb, and scepter. Not forgetting the odds and ends, of course. Signet rings and so on.
They must be worth a fortune.
Yes, indeed. Mind you, they're not into what they used to be once. In King John's time, it is said, they formed the most priceless collection in the world. But then, of course, he went and lost them in the wash. Most careless of them, I must say. During the Civil War, the king had to pawn several of the best pieces to pay his armies. And when that scoundrel Cromwell came to power, he seized most of what was left. So as you can imagine, there wasn't much for our present king. God save his noble soul. I observe you keep him under wire, Mr. Edwards. A necessary precaution, I fear, sir. There are desperate men in this city who would not hesitate to lay hands on these jewels if they were given half a chance.
Oh, surely not.
Aye, ma'am. You've no notion of the wickedness that exists in London. But surely, even if they were able to steal them, it would be impossible to get them past the gateway and the guards. I can't imagine anyone would be so foolish as to try. If the prize is big enough, sir, there are men who'll try anything. Yes, I suppose that's true. Hey, what's the matter, my dear?
Oh, it's nothing, John. I just feel his hand. The hand, I suppose, in the small room. I'll be all right.
Bless my soul, she's fainted. Water. Fetch some water. Yes, of course. There's a couch in the next room. Shall I help you to carry it? No, I can manage. This way, please. That's right, I'll put it down here. What a misfortune. Water, if you please, Mr. Edward. Yes, certainly it was. I'll bring my wife and daughter. They'll know what to do. It's all these stuffy, newfangled clothes women are wearing, of course. Quite absurd, quite absurd.
Am I overdoing it, sir?
Not at all, my dear. You're perfect. This should be on the stage. Shh. Here they come.
Blood's plan worked well. By the time the parson and his young wife, now happily recovered, left the tower, they were on terms of the warmest friendship, not only with Mr. Talbot Edwards, but with his wife and daughter. So what could be more natural than that 4 days later the parson should turn up again, this time alone?
How pleasant to see you again, my dear sir. And you too, Mr. Edwards. I felt I had to call once more to say how grateful my wife and I are for your kindness of the other day. Not at all, sir. We were glad to do what little we could. Tell me, is that good lady your wife at home? No, she's visiting relatives today. Oh, what pity. My own wife has asked me to bring along this trifling gift for her. Perhaps I can leave it in your charge. A pair of white gloves. That's exceedingly kind, I must say. Oh, small gesture, my dear sir, nothing more. Let's say no more about it. Mr. Edwards, would you think it amiss of me if I were to broach a rather personal question? Not at all, sir, not at all. I couldn't help noticing the other day the considerable beauty and goodness of your daughter. I suppose you'll be giving serious thought to getting her married soon. Yes, indeed. She's reached the age. I trust I don't approach this matter too bluntly, but is she promised to anyone yet? No, sir. Splendid. That emboldens me to proceed. I have a nephew, Mr. Edwards, a worthy young man who's just come of age and has succeeded to a nice landed estate. I'm seeking a wife for him, just as you're seeking a husband for your daughter. You follow me? Yes, very plainly. And how does the idea appeal to you, sir? Worthy young man, you say? Oh, yes, most sober and reliable. And a landed estate? Quite a considerable one, in Buckinghamshire, to be precise. It's most interesting. Most interesting indeed. Of course, I realize you'd need to meet the lad first and form your own judgment, but I dare say that could be arranged. Oh, no doubt. No doubt at all. He's coming up to London next week. Would you like me to bring him here one day? I should be very deeply honored, sir. Splendid. Shall we say a week from today? It will be the 9th of May. You are not late. No doubt your wife and daughter will wish to meet him, too. What time of day do you think would suit them best? Soon after breakfast, I imagine. Before they settle down to their household chores. Shall we make it 7 o'clock? It's not too early for you? Certainly not. An excellent time. I shall no doubt be 2 other uncles of his. We've been his joint guardians, you know. Oh, you leave word at the gateway that we're to be passed through. Oh, yes, of course, my friend. Splendid. Well, with your permission, I take my leave until 1 week from today.
Had every reason to be pleased with himself, as I'm sure you'll agree. So far, everything had gone exactly as he'd planned. Admittedly, the most dangerous part still lay ahead, and his confederates didn't exactly share his airy optimism when he outlined his proposal to them. But Colonel Blood was too determined a man to let a little quibbling opposition stand in his way.
What's the matter with you two? I thought you were men of courage, not chicken hearts.
There's a difference between courage and foolhardiness, Tom.
Aye, that's right. It's too chancy a scheme for my liking.
There's nothing chancy about it. It can't fail, I tell you.
But won't the old man be suspicious when we tell him our nephew's been delayed?
Why should he be? I tell you, I've got him eating right out of my hand.
And how about the guards at the gate? How are we going to get the jewels past them? You can't conceal a crown and an orb and a scepter in your pockets, you know.
We'll attend to that when the time comes.
And even if we do get them away, how do you propose we shall dispose of them? Where do you imagine we'll find a buyer for stolen crown jewels?
I've no intention of seeking one.
What are you going to do with them, then?
I'm going to hold them as ransom. My estate's an income against the return of the jewels.
And that's not going to be easy either. Who are you going to get to conduct the negotiations? And where are you going to hide the jewels in the meantime?
You needn't concern yourselves with that part of it. All I want you to do is to help me get them in the first place.
Frankly, I don't like the idea at all.
No, and neither do I.
A few weeks ago, gentlemen, you protested your friendship towards me. To test your sincerity, I asked whether, if I could submit a practical plan involving no more than a reasonable risk that might ultimately return me my stolen estates, you will be prepared to join me. You've heard my plan. I ask you now, are you my friends or aren't you? Are you with me or not?
Oh, well, since you put it that way...
Aye, Tom, we're with you.
Very well, then. Let's stop arguing and start arranging the details.
Really, you know, one can't help admiring this man, Blood. One can't help feeling that such enterprise, such single-mindedness, and dogged determination are entitled to some reward. Anyhow, let's move on a few days to 7 a.m. on the 9th of May, 1671, to be exact. And if you think that's an odd hour for such an essentially social call, let me remind you that 17th century London was by no means the effete place it is today. Blood, still dressed as a parson, duly presented himself at the tower with the two other pseudo-uncles, introduced them to the highly flattered Mr. Edwards, and then proceeded to apologize for the non-arrival of the prospective bridegroom.
Upon my word, you'd think it was his wedding today that trouble he's taken with his clothes. I kept warning him he'd be late, but it made no difference. So at last, Mr. Edwards, we decided to come on ahead.
So much fuss and bother over a few garments I've never seen.
You're too hard on the boy. You always have been.
Nonsense.
He'll be here within the hour, and it's only natural he should want to look his best on such an important occasion. I warrant your wife and daughter will be glad of the respite to pay more attention to their own dress, eh, Mr. Edwards?
No doubt, no doubt. Women, you know, always fussing around with clothes and faldals. Oh, well, it's no matter. The day's early.
Quite. And in any case, the slight delay may be all to the good.
In what way, sir?
I've a son, Talbot, who's been fighting in Flanders. I've had word that his regiment has returned, and I'm expecting him home this morning.
Indeed. Then why are we wasting time?
What's that to say, sir?
I hope you arrived in time.
Yes, indeed. So do I. A fine young man is my son. You'll like him. Could I get you gentlemen a flagon or something while you're waiting? No, we never indulge, do we, cousin?
No, certainly not.
Then perhaps we might take a short walk on Tower Hill. I think not, sir, thank you. No? Well, then... if you really feel you must entertain us, Mr. Edwards, though I assure you there's no need... I've been describing to my cousins here the crown jewels. I rather fancy they might like to see them.
I most certainly would.
So would I. I'm told they're quite unique.
Well, strictly speaking, you know, it's outside visiting hour. Oh, but surely, Mr. Edwards.
Still, circumstances alter cases, as they say. So I don't see the harm in one little peep.
That's very kind of you.
But not at all, my dear sir. Step this way, gentlemen. Mind your heads on the doorway.
This is where they're kept, eh?
This is the strong room.
I see why they call it so. You could shout for the week and you'd never be heard through these walls.
The jewels are over here, gentlemen. The casket's always locked, of course, when it's not on view. So if you'll just permit me to open it... by all means. The key sticks a little sometimes. Here we are.
Look at them.
Now, right, what? Shut them up, can't you?
Oh! Do you think anyone heard him?
No, of course not. Now, come on, let's get to work. Turn off that wire.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, here, let me help you. That's got it.
The old man's coming too.
Well, I'll soon fix him.
You brought him through. I didn't know there was going to be any killing.
Oh, he's only wounded. I had to shut him up somehow, didn't I? Richard, you go outside and keep watch in case anyone comes. Keep a special watch for young Edwards. He was one factor we hadn't bargained for, and try to look as casual as you can.
If the sun does come, what shall I do?
Oh, keep him outside till we got clear. Off you go now.
All right.
Come on, Parrot. Every second's precious.
We'll never hide these things. They're too big.
Give me that crown. I'll see if I can crush it flat.
I can manage the world all right. But what about the scepter?
I have to break it into halves and stuff it down your breeches. There. That's fixed that crown anyway. I'll be able to get that under my jacket. How are you feeling with that scepter?
It's no good. It's too solid.
We'll have to fight it then.
It'll take too long.
Stop arguing. Hold that end while I get to work. Now, hold it firmly, you fool.
Hurry, Tom, hurry.
I'm doing the best I can.
Who's that?
Oh, it's all right. Sorry, Richard.
What's the delay?
It's this cursed scepter.
You'll have to leave it.
What do you mean?
There's someone just crossed the guard. He's coming this way.
Young Edwards, do you think?
Yes.
Come on, we must go.
But the scepter?
Never mind about the scepter. Come on, Tom, unless you want us all to be caught.
Please, Tom, hurry.
All right, to pass him on the way out. So remember, walk by quietly and calmly as though nothing were amiss. Don't attempt to hurry or to arouse his suspicion in any way. Oh, you're quite sure you can't see the crown under my jacket?
Quite sure.
You got the old Parrot?
Indeed I have.
Very well, then. Come on.
It was touch and go, of course, but they very nearly got through. They came opposite young Edwards on his way to the keeper's house and bade him a civil and casual good morning. He seemed quite unsuspicious. Continuing at a leisurely pace, they passed under the shadow of the gateway and nodded amiably to the guards as they went by. In another minute, they'd have been clear. But by now, Edwards had reached the house and suddenly...
Come on. We'll have to run for it. Every man for himself.
Stop in the name of the king!
Unhampered as he was, Richard managed to escape in the crowd. Closely pressed, Parrot finally threw away the hindering orb, and he, too, managed to get away. But Colonel Blood was not so lucky. He actually managed to mount his horse and dig in his spurs, but the animal reared and slipped on the greasy cobbles. Horse and rider fell, and in a moment, Blood was seen. News of the outrage spread rapidly through the city, and within an hour, the prisoner, still bearing the marks of his arrest, was brought before the King's advisor, Sir William Waller.
Well, Colonel Blood, so you've overstepped yourself at last, eh? You shall pay dearly for this little piece of villainy.
The jewels have been recovered, haven't they?
Yes.
And the old man will survive?
I believe so.
Then what worse can you charge me with than attempted robbery?
To lay hands illegally on the crown jewels is treason, my friend. And the penalty for treason is death. That's unless you're prepared to be reasonable, of course.
And what do you mean by reasonable?
A full and free confession might help your lot. We should require the names of all your accomplices, of course, including the woman.
I've nothing to say.
Oh, come, Colonel Blood. You've never been troubled by scruples before. What can you lose?
If I make any statement, I shall make it to one person only.
Who's that?
The King.
The King? Really, my dear sir, do you think he'd be bothered with you?
Very well, then. I shall say nothing.
Now, look here, Blood.
I've said I shall say nothing.
And he stuck to it, too, despite blandishments and threats and promises. Not one word would he utter, except before King Charles. At last, as Blood had hoped, the king learned of the prisoner's stubborn behavior. And, as Blood also hoped, it made his majesty furious.
So, you talk to no one but me, eh? Very well. Why not? Have him brought here, Waller.
But, Your Majesty, he's a desperate man.
He won't be armed, will he?
No, sire, but...
And my attendants will be, I presume. So where's the danger? Fetch him, Waller. I'd like to meet this Colonel Blood.
not, Your Majesty. But if being notorious implies infamy, I beg to disown the label.
Oh, come, fellow, come. You'll not deny you tried to steal the crown jewels, will you?
It were foolish to deny it, sire.
And you don't regard that as an act of infamy?
No, sire, since my object was not to steal, but merely to regain what is rightfully mine.
You mean your sequestered estates in Ireland?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And for the sake of a few acres and a pile of masonry, you were prepared to risk your life?
Many men have risked their life for a crown before now, sire. I seem to remember an occasion in which you yourself were involved. At Worcester.
True. The point's well taken. Demi, I like you, Blood. You've spirit. They tell me you have steadfastly refused to give the names of your accomplices.
Yes, sire. They are my friends.
That's loyalty. I like that, too. I could wish you were as loyal to your sovereign.
But I am, Your Majesty.
I have no evidence of it.
I could have killed you once, sire.
Indeed.
2 months ago, you were bathing in the Thames off Battersea.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
I was desperate because of my grievances, determined on revenge. I stood no more than 20 feet from you as you were swimming. I had a loaded pistol.
Why didn't you shoot?
I couldn't, sire. You were my king.
Is that the truth, Blood?
Could I lie to Your Majesty? Let me prove my loyalty. Ask anything of me you like. Give me a dagger. Bid me plunge it into my heart. Anything.
Would you tell me the names of your accomplices if I asked you?
That is not fair, sir.
Would you?
Yes. But I beg Your Majesty not to ask me.
Have no fear, my friend. I shan't. Why, Demi Waller, we've been discussing Colonel Blood. Have him released at once, and a charge against him withdrawn.
Release, sir? A charge withdrawn?
That's what I said. And those estates that were taken from him in Ireland, see that he gets them back, together with their income.
But, my lord.
Those are my orders, Waller.
Yes, sire. How can I thank Your Majesty enough?
Come and see me sometimes at court, and I'll be amply repaid. But give me due warning, won't you? So that I can put away my valuables in safekeeping. And that, believe it or not, was the end of the story. Thomas Blood became a favorite visitor at court, and for 9 years, as he walked through the streets of London, people pointed him out with awe as a man who had stolen the crown jewels but suffered no punishment for his crime. Now, whether such audacity is a virtue or not, I do not know, but I do know that for once in this series, I am delighted to report that the criminal got away with it. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The man who just fell down the stairs is Colonel James Fisk, Jr. Although the colonel is a man given to the consumption of dozens of Blue Point oysters and bottles of heady wine at a sitting, his friends were given to pointing him out as a man inordinately steady on his feet. So why did he tumble down the stairs? And in New York's Grand Central Hotel, no less, where stair tumbling was frowned upon. The colonel didn't slip. He wasn't pushed. He was shot. The sudden presence of 2 bullets in him had upset his equilibrium. The man who's running away is the man who just shot the colonel. His name, Edward S. Stokes. Until recently, the colonel's very dear friend. There he goes. And tonight, my report to you on the checkered life and sudden death of Colonel James Fisk, Jr.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
Colonel Fisk lay at the bottom of the stairs a few minutes before 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, January the 6th, 1872. He was dying. His life was coming to an end. And he would be sorely missed by his family, Mrs. Fisk and the children, and by his intimates, among whom were Jay Gould, Boss Tweed, and the heavier stockholders of the day. A man dying, and I know the precise instant when his dying began. It started some months ago in a rather ornate house in Washington Square. Two women were talking, and the younger one said,
Annie, how can I meet Colonel Fisk?
That was the instant. And the older one said,
Dearie, dearie, dearie.
But the younger one was not young enough to take dearie for an answer.
I mean it, Annie. I want to meet him.
He's so wealthy, isn't he?
And all I have is a black and white silk dress and an empty purse. So very empty, dear Annie.
Oh, orphans in the rain and empty purses sadden me so, dear Josie.
And I've heard he's coming here tonight to visit with you.
The dear Colonel says I set such a good table. Dear Josie.
Yes?
Walk over there to that cabinet, dear Josie. In the very bottom drawer, you will find 2 candlesticks given to me by the minister from Egypt. Get them. Yes. They are heavy, aren't they? Now put them on the table. Mm-hmm. And light them. Good. Now blow them out, gently.
Well, Annie?
Dear Josie, will you join the dear Colonel and me for dinner tonight?
So nice of you to ask. I'd be delighted, dear Annie.
And so it was that Colonel Fisk and Josie Mansfield met. It was a highly successful meeting.
I kiss your hand, Josie.
You're a very sweet man.
Isn't she a dear?
So lovely.
And so poor.
So sad.
The Colonel was a man easily touched. And this was the era for young widows, beautiful and penniless. It was the era for weeping at the mere thought of such a situation. It was a decade of compassion and champagne. And this night, the meeting night, was one of the most poignant of the decade.
Tomorrow, Josie, a jewel to lie against the throat.
Oh, Colonel.
My carriage will call for you at noon and bring you to me.
And where will you be?
At Tiffany's.
The necklace counter?
Of course, my dear. More wine? Diamonds become you.
Oh, Colonel. Oh, Colonel.
Look at it, dear. Do you like it?
It's very nice.
And it's all yours.
Oh, thank you. I've always wanted a home of my own. And servants of my own.
6.
Kiss me, Colonel.
Good evening, Colonel. Evening, Wimby. This is Mr. Stokes. May I take your cane, sir?
Thank you, Quimby.
The mistress is in the drawing room. She's waiting for you. This way, Stokes.
Hello, Colonel. And you must be the Colonel's best friend, Mr. Stokes.
I hope this is no imposition, ma'am.
Preparing dinner? Certainly not. I just sat here all day, listening to the new present the Colonel sent me, while the servants made ready.
Do you like the new music box, my dear?
It reminds me of you when you're away from me.
Such a pretty speech. How fortunate you are, Colonel.
Oh, wait till you taste her pheasant a la Esther.
I can hardly wait.
Now, will you two excuse me for a moment?
Where are you going, Colonel?
I left a small package for you out in the carriage, my dear. And
of course, we'll excuse you. So, you're Mr. Stokes.
So you're Josie.
I must say he was right. You are elegant.
He was right. You are very lovely.
You're younger than he told me.
And you're...
What?
You are.
Will you help me light the candles?
Josie.
Will you help me with the fireplace?
Josie.
The music box is run down. Will you...
Josie.
You won't help me with anything. You're wicked.
Yes, I am.
You're very wicked.
At the time Josie whispered this tender criticism, Mr. Edward Stokes was 5 feet 9 inches high. His head was covered with glossy curls, his complexion clear, his features regular, and his eyes dark blue. He was dressed in the height of fashion, and his diamond studs gleamed brilliantly. And after the colonel returned with a forgotten package...
Oh, a ruby pendant. Thank you, Colonel.
You're very welcome.
And after the wine was drunk and venison devoured, and the fingers dipped in the lemon water, after that evening of old friends and new, after that, there was a new day. And there was this.
Good morning, Mr. Stokes.
Good morning, Quimby.
The mistress is in the sitting room. She's waiting for you.
Thank you, my man. Josie.
Edward. Oh, wait, Edward. I was out this morning early shopping. Here, I bought something for you. Open it.
Josie. A pearl stick pin. There was no need for you to...
Oh, yes, there was. Now be quiet.
Several other scenes between these wild, storm-tossed lovers you might care to eavesdrop upon, since they'll give you a better understanding of the currents sweeping these two upon violent shores, like this one.
The best champagne in New York. Now take off your little shoe. Here, use my mallet, dear. This croquet has brought the pink to your cheeks. Make your shot.
As is always the case in skullduggery of this sort, there is an in the meanwhile. So, in the meanwhile, in the Park Avenue home of Colonel James Fisk, Jr., the colonel and his lady. The children have been tucked away for the night, the servants snug in their quarters, as were the animals. A quiet hour, an hour for a man and his wife, and for family discussion.
You fool! You cheat! Blackguard! dear, the children. You'll awaken them.
A woman like that.
Have you no compassion in your heart? She's a widow.
Ha, ha.
Alone in the world. I am but her advisor.
Ha, ha. Now that's all you are.
What are you talking about?
What all of New York is saying.
And that is?
Ha, ha.
And that is?
The most concerned is the last to know.
Know what?
Your precious widow and Edward Stokes.
What?
Ha, ha, Colonel. Now you know what I've been through. The aggravation, the shame, the heartache, the sorrow, the unrequited love.
I'm sorry, Colonel. It's so late at
Quimby,
night.
where is,
The mistress is in her boudoir.
Go awaken
Who
her.
is it, Quimby?
It's not Mr. Stokes, ma'am.
Why, good evening, Colonel.
What's this I hear about you and that scamp, Edward Stokes?
Why, what have you heard?
That you and he,
Who told you that?
my wife.
You'd better go back to her, Colonel.
Then it's true.
I love him very much.
Josie,
Go back to your wife.
I warn you.
You warn me. You, Colonel?
Listen to me. I'll ruin you.
Please. Go home.
You and Edward Stokes. Mark my word. I'll ruin the both of you. My promise to you, if it takes the rest of my life.
The colonel left. The colonel was driven to his club, where the colonel spent the night. And the next morning, early, the colonel began the final week of his life.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on the checkered life and sudden death of Colonel James Fisk, Jr.
I'd like to set the coordinates for you again. Take a reading of exactly where we are in time and space. The year is 1872. The place is New York City. Now, 1872 was a vintage year for pearls in the bottom of champagne glasses, of fatted railroad stocks, and the diamond harvest was spectacular. The term rags to riches was coined on a day in this year, when a raggedy sewing machine girl was summoned from her chores, taken by the hand, dressed in silk, then released into a gilded cage. New York City at this time was a center for many similar dramas, one of which we're concerning ourselves with. Colonel James Fisk, Jr. had compassion for a widow named Josie Mansfield. Josie Mansfield had compassion for the colonel's friend, Edward Stokes. The colonel, upon hearing of this arrangement, immediately went into action, in a colonel-like manner.
Your Honor, I want to swear out a warrant for the arrest of Edward S. Stokes for embezzlement.
Why, certainly, Colonel. We'll have the culprit in jail in no time at all.
Inside with you, Mr. Stokes.
Jailer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stokes.
Do you have the list?
Yes, sir. Your living room furniture, the portraits, and the bed. I'll have them here in no time at all.
Edward Stokes was a model prisoner for 2 days. He was then released when the charge against him was dropped. Not to be outdone, he went into action in a manner which gained the plaudits of his cronies.
Your Honor, I want to swear out a warrant for the arrest of Colonel James Fisk, Jr. for false imprisonment.
Why, certainly, Mr. Stokes. We'll have the culprit in jail in no time at all.
Jailer,
Yes, sir, Colonel. The living room furniture, your easy chair in the library, and the bed. I'll have them here in no time at all.
War of nerves, tactics, and strategies, and reprisals. And the real victors, the gatherers of the loot, the lawyers. So the Colonel and Mr. Stokes called a truce, waved white napkins at each other across a gleaming table at Delmonico's.
Stokes, I think we've both acted like children.
I agree with you, Colonel.
Let me fill your glass. Yeah. A toast. To a friendship.
Our friendship, Colonel.
Enough of jails and lawyers and arguments. Life is too short.
I'll drink to that, too. Colonel?
And we can settle our affairs like men.
I'll drink to that, too.
No, wait. Let's settle our affairs first.
Delighted.
There is only one thing which stands in our way.
Obviously.
Josie Mansfield.
You're right.
Stokes, you're not ever to see her again.
Colonel?
You agree?
Colonel, you're a fat, stupid fool.
I accept that. But you're never to see Josie Mansfield again.
Josie told me that if I saw you, I was to tell you you are a fat, stupid fool. And you are.
I warned you once, Stokes. I'm not going to warn you again.
Then I'll warn you. If you make any trouble, Colonel, you won't live to enjoy it. My promise to you.
Good evening, Mr. Stokes. The mistress is in the parlor.
Josie. Josie, wake up.
Oh, Edward. How nice, Edward.
Dearest, listen. It's important. Are you awake?
Well, of course, I just drowsed off. I was reading, waiting for you, and now you're here.
Josie, listen. It's about Colonel Fisk.
Oh, please don't talk about him. Not now.
He's ruined me.
What are you talking about?
I'm a pauper.
You? Why, you're one of the wealthiest young men in
No, not now. I don't have a penny.
What happened?
The stocks I had, all my assets.
Well?
The Colonel forced down the value of the Erie Railroad stocks, wiped me out.
Oh, Edward, I'm so sorry.
Josie.
Yes?
I'm poor now. Do you want me to leave? Never come back?
Darling Edward. Darling, dearest Edward.
Josie.
We'll beat him. We'll destroy the Colonel, you and I together.
That's impossible. He's too powerful.
He's a weakling.
What?
I can prove he's a weakling. He writes letters.
Letters?
I saved them. And that's not all.
What do you mean?
Dealings he's had. Dishonest business dealings. Would you like to look at them?
Dearest Josie, I love you so much. So that's why I thought it more discreet to hire a cab, Colonel. Surely you understand.
I must tell you, Stokes, when I agreed to meet you, to ride with you in a hired hack at night...
I explained the necessity of secrecy, Colonel.
As indeed you did not. You merely said secrecy. That is why I must tell you I am confused. Have you made another decision about Josie?
A tentative decision, Colonel.
Tentative?
Yes, it depends on you.
Oh?
I need money.
I know.
Badly.
I know.
Colonel?
Yes?
You love Josie very much, don't you?
I understand you now, Stokes.
I thought you would.
You want me to reimburse you for the money you've lost?
$250,000.
I know. In return for which, you'll give up Josie.
That's right.
I'm sure there must be a name for you, Mr. Stokes.
I'm sure of it.
I had an experience last night. I had dinner at home with my wife. The children were with us. After dinner, I played on the floor with my children. I heard them laugh. I heard my wife laugh, too. And I laughed, too. And there was no other meaning behind my laughter except enjoyment of my family.
Very touching.
And rewarding.
Then you're not interested in my proposal.
I'll get off at the next corner, Mr. Stokes. Tell the driver.
Of course. Next corner, cabby.
Well, Mr. Stokes, give my regards to Josie. Tell her I'm truly sorry for what's going to become of her. Goodbye, Mr. Stokes.
Colonel, wait.
I'm sorry, we have nothing else to talk about.
Except the letters.
What letters?
You have a rich way with words, Colonel. I congratulate you.
I don't understand.
Oh, of course you do. The letters you wrote to Josie.
I see.
All of them.
I see.
They could ruin you.
Perhaps.
I remember one of the letters opened with, "Dearest Josie, my poor little widow, your sad tears still on my shoulder."
$10,000.
And another, "Dear Josie, this morning I was at Tammany Hall, and with Boss Tweed arrangements were made to relieve the city."
$10,000.
$250,000 for the letters, Colonel.
10,000, or you may publish them or do what you want with them.
Surely you're not serious.
Good night, Mr. Stokes.
10,000.
Bring your letters to me tomorrow, and you shall get your money. Good night.
An old almanac I have occasion to call on now and then says that Saturday, the 6th of January, in the year 1872, is the 66th anniversary of the Volunteer Fire Department of Roanoke, Virginia. Also, it predicts the day will be cold and clear with high westerly winds. So, we'll make an assumption. On a cold, clear Saturday morning, buffeted by the high westerly winds, Mr. Edward Stokes made his way to the Wall Street office of Colonel Fisk. Here he received more coldness and $10,000. Here he deposited with the colonel a stack of letters, wrapped in blue ribbon and sachet. Then Edward Stokes called on Josie Mansfield. He told her of the transaction. We must imagine that Josie's reaction went something like this.
You idiot! You bumbling, spineless idiot!
But Josie...
I should have known better than to trust you with those letters.
But $10,000 is better than nothing.
If you'd had the courage...
He told me 10,000 or nothing.
If you'd had the courage, he would have given you everything he owned. Why, the mere possession of the letter dated June 16th, 1871 would have been a fortune 10 times the amount you got.
But...
But what?
You have your jewels, this house. Surely you must be worth nearly $1 million yourself.
I love you, dear Edward, but that's my money. You'll just have... What is it, Quimby?
Miss Annie Wood wishes to speak with you.
Tell her I'm busy.
She said it's extremely urgent.
Extremely urgent.
Hello, Annie.
Josie, dear Josie, and dear Mr. Stokes.
Hello.
The judge came to see me for lunch a little while ago.
Judge? What are you talking about?
Judge Tripler.
Well, I don't see.
He just come from court. He just signed a warrant.
Yes?
For the arrest of dear Mr. Stokes on the charge of blackmail.
Colonel Fisk.
Yes. The dear judge told me that the colonel asked him to sign such a warrant. Josie.
Yes?
We'll be seeing each other more often, won't we, dear Josie?
Publication of the time. I quote, "The next that was seen of Edward Stokes, as far as is known, was at a few minutes before 4 o'clock, when he was walking carelessly up and down the main corridor of the Grand Central Hotel on the parlor floor. This corridor is 1 story above the street, is parallel with Broadway, and at its northern end is reached by a staircase from the street. Passing and repassing the head of the staircase, Stokes glanced furtively down the stairs. It was nearly 4 o'clock when Colonel James Fisk, Jr., drove up in a carriage to the door. Stepping out of his carriage and walking briskly across the pavement, he passed through the outer door of the hotel. When he had done so, he was heard to inquire for a certain Annette Latour. He was told she was in and started up the stairs.
Good afternoon, Colonel.
Stokes, don't!
You'll ruin me.
For the love of heaven, someone help me!
Edward Stokes was restrained a block away. The colonel didn't die immediately. He was lifted by 3 bellhops and taken to chambers supplied by the management. Doctors were called, and the colonel joked with them, as he joked with his many friends who came to visit him. He joked with everybody. Next day, in the middle of a joke, he died. Thomas Stokes pleaded self-defense. He was convicted of manslaughter in the 3rd degree. Josie Mansfield spent her remaining days with her aunt, Miss Annie Wood.
And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Long Melford in the county of Suffolk in England. The year, 1739. My report to you will be on the shrapnelled body of Charles Drew, Sr. Thank you. Good night.
James Fisk, Jr., tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. James Fisk, Jr. was played by William Johnstone. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Martha Wentworth, Steve Roberts, Harry Bartell, Paula Winslow, and Charles Calvert. Bob Lamont speaking.
Crime Classics has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
In Brazil.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. From a black museum, a museum of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide. A warehouse where everyday objects, a paperweight, a broken wine bottle, a shaded lamp, all are touched by murder. You take this jacket, woolen, hand-knitted, a baby's garment, dusty with age, and only half completed.
Sleeves are missing, Inspector, and it still has to be stitched up.
Yes. Looks rather pathetic, doesn't it, Sergeant?
It does, sir. Yes.
Better put it back in the attaché case. Probably been needing it before long.
Today, that jacket, sleeveless and unstitched, can be seen in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum, Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Here lies death, dressed in its Sunday best. Here, for example, is a nail file. It was once used by a manicurist to trim the dainty fingernails of a beautiful woman, later used by an insane killer. Here's a length of cord, weighted with lead at either end, harmless enough to look at, but lethal in its effect as a weapon of murder. Ah, here we are. Here's the jacket, mottled and dusty, somewhat inconspicuous in its place on the shelf, a tragic relic of passion and violence. I'm going to take you back quite a few years to a warm Sunday morning in June of the year 1921. We're outside a small chapel in the London suburb of Kensal Rise. The service is not long ended, and the congregation files slowly from within out into the brilliant sunshine. A young girl emerges, waves to a few friends gathered near the entrance, and turns along the dusty yellow road in the direction of the township. She's gone but half a block when she hears an unfamiliar voice calling after her.
Miss! Miss!
She turns and finds herself face to face with a man she has never seen before. A stocky, broad-shouldered young man with a round face and black, penetrating eyes.
I beg your pardon, miss, but I think you dropped this.
Oh, my hymn book.
It is yours, then?
Oh, yes.
I wasn't quite sure.
Thank you ever so much.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't know what I'd have done if I'd lost it. Mother'd never forgiven me. She gave it to me for my 12th birthday. I've had it ever since.
In that case, it's a good thing I happen to be looking your way.
It certainly is, yes. Well, I must be off. Thank you again.
You're going towards the village?
Yes. I live on the other side of the rise.
I'm going that way myself. Perhaps you wouldn't mind my walking with you.
Not at all. It's funny, I thought I knew most of the folks about these parts, but I don't ever remember seeing you before.
Oh, that's not surprising. I'm a newcomer to Kensal Rise. I've only been here a few days, as a matter of fact.
That explains it.
Yes, I've been transferred to the bank here.
Oh. Do you expect to be staying long?
No longer than I can help. I'm trying to save enough money to buy a chicken farm.
A chicken farm?
Well, it probably strikes you as being a queer ambition for a fellow to have, but I've always wanted one ever since I was a youngster. I've even got a small piece of land picked out. Half an acre at Crowborough in Sussex.
Crowborough? I've a friend who lives there.
On the land?
Yes, it's a wonderful spot. I stayed there for a week once. I loved every minute of it.
Oh, then you probably know more about the place than I do. I've only just passed through it. That's when I saw the land for sale.
How long ago was that?
Oh, about 6 or 7 months.
What if it's been sold in the meantime?
No, that's hardly likely. You see, I spoke to the agent. He told me it had already been up for sale 2 years and looked like staying that way for the next 10.
Oh, I see.
I only hope he knew what he was talking about.
The two walked on in silence for several moments. Then suddenly the young man laughed.
I say, I've been walking along telling you my inmost secrets, and I haven't even introduced myself.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Well, the name's Moon. Trevor Moon.
And mine's Evelyn Rose. But everyone calls me Evie.
And that's how it all began. A romance destined to flower with all the beauty of young love, only to wither and die a tragic death. But let us not anticipate. Let us follow the course of that romance, or rather, let us pick out the more pertinent of its developments. After their first meeting, Trevor Moon and Evie Rose spent most of their time in each other's company. For 12 months, they were rarely seen apart. And then, one evening, while strolling in the moonlight, Moon asked Evie to marry him.
I haven't much to offer you, darling, and, well, apart from what I've put aside from the farm, I've no money, but if there is such a thing as love, I've really fallen victim to it.
Oh, Oh, Trevor. Darling. You're sure it's what you want?
My dearest Evie, if it wasn't, I wouldn't have asked you.
No. I don't suppose you would. It's just that...
Just that what?
Well, I wasn't expecting it. You took me unawares.
Well, to be quite truthful, darling, I took myself unawares, too. Well, you haven't given me your answer yet. Now, to be or not to be, that is the question.
Oh, silly. Of course I'll marry you. Just as soon as you want me to.
But Moon was in no hurry. On the contrary, he was the type who could not be hustled, and a further 12 months passed, during which time he remained as devoted as ever, but appeared singularly reluctant to take the proverbial plunge. Evie, on the other hand, became more impatient as the days went by, and when informed by her suitor that he had at last saved enough money to leave the bank and purchase his precious chicken farm in Sussex, her emotions gave vent to words.
Oh, Trevor, but I'm so tired of all this waiting. How much longer must we go on like this?
Just a few months, darling, till I get the farm straightened out and ready for business.
But why can't we be married right away? Then I could help you straighten things out.
You can help me most, darling, by being just a little more patient. The moment I get things in order down at Crowborough, I'll send for you. That's a promise.
So Evie had to consent to go on waiting. 2 weeks later, matters having been settled, Moon bid his sweetheart a fond farewell and left for Sussex. A month passed, and no word from him. Evie had done her best to be patient, as he had asked, but this was too much. Packing a bag, she took a train for Crowborough, and upon reaching her destination, checked in at the local inn, where she made inquiries as to the location of the Moon property. Within the hour, she was knocking at the door of a small shack on the outskirts of the village.
Evie!
Trevor, darling, please don't be angry with me, but I had to see you.
How did you get here?
By train. I had to come, darling. If I'd waited another day, I'd have gone out of my mind. It's been...
You can't stay here, you realize that.
Well, I thought I'd stay at the hotel.
No.
Trevor, please.
You're catching the next train back home.
But, darling...
I'll walk with you to the station.
No, Trevor. No, I'm not going.
You're not going?
I'm staying in Crowborough till we're married.
I see. And if I happen to decide against going through with it...
I'm afraid you haven't any alternative, Trevor.
Why?
You see, I'm going to have a child. Your child.
Well, you'd better stay.
The scene changes. It is 3 months later. We're in the office of the Crowborough police station. Constables Harris and Vernon are playing checkers.
Oh, didn't see that one coming.
Been playing for that all along.
Puts me in a bit of a spot.
Hey, does that all right enough. I'll get it. No fancy moves while my back's turned, neither.
As if I were.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Crowborough Police Station. Constable Harris speaking. What's that? Yes. Hold it a tick while I get my notebook and take down a few particulars. Now, what name was it again? Rose. Mrs. Lena Rose. Yes. And the missing girl? Daughter. Evelyn, known as Evie. Address? 14 Marsden Parade, Kensal Rise. Yes. And how long has your daughter been gone, Mrs. Rose? Since Saturday morning, I see. Yes. Well, let you do for the present, Mrs. Rose. You'll be hearing from us. Yeah, that's right, yes. Good night, ma'am.
Trouble?
Oh, nothing. It won't keep. Another missing girl, that's all.
But Constable Harris was in error. It was not simply a case of another missing girl who disappeared for a few days. It was a case of a missing girl who disappeared for good. Today, evidence of that fact can be seen here in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Just another missing girl. Yes, that's how the reported disappearance of Evie Rose was first described. Nothing particularly unusual about such a report. Almost every day of the week, someone or other vanishes without any apparent reason or cause, to show up again in due course with a perfectly simple explanation for the supposedly mysterious absence. But of course, there's always the exception, which is why the police waste as little time as possible in checking up on such matters. So it was that the following day, Mrs. Lena Rose received a visit from Sergeant Cross of the Crowborough Police Station.
Now then, Mrs. Rose, let's get the facts straight, shall we? According to this report, your daughter left home early on Saturday morning.
That's right, Sergeant, 2 days ago. She told me she was going down to Crowborough for the day.
Crowborough?
Yes, to visit her fiancé. He has a chicken farm there. Not a very big one, I understand. He only bought it a few months ago, but he's doing very well.
You've been in touch with him, I take it?
Oh, yes, he said he was expecting Evie for lunch on Saturday, but she didn't arrive.
Was she in the habit of visiting him often?
No. Several weeks ago she went down to see how he was getting along, and that was the only time.
She returned the same day?
Just in time for tea. I come to think of it, it was just about that time that she changed so.
Changed?
Yes. She used to be such a happy sort of girl, you know, always laughing and joking, and then suddenly she became moody, sullen, as though something was worrying her, something she couldn't speak of, even to me.
You've no idea what it could have been, I suppose?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't tell you this, but I had a feeling it was something to do with Trevor.
Trevor?
Trevor Moon, her fiancé.
Oh. What kind of something, Mrs. Rose?
Well, that's what had me puzzled. I just can't imagine. Trevor was such a nice boy and so fond of Evie. I'm quite sure he wouldn't have done or said anything to hurt her. Well, not intentionally, that is.
How long have they been keeping company?
Oh, about 2.5 years.
As long as that, eh? And when were they to be married?
Well, I'm not sure, Sergeant. As far as I know, they haven't actually set a date.
I see. Well, I think I might pop down to Crowborough and have a chat with Mr. Moon. He may be able to tell me something. Thanks for your help, Mrs. Rose. And don't worry. We'll find your daughter. You'll probably be hearing from me again in a day or two.
With an encouraging smile, Sergeant Cross took his leave of the anxious mother and set out for the railway station, a thoughtful expression clouding his wrinkled brow. That same expression was still present when he stepped from the train onto the platform at Crowborough and headed along the lonely lane that led to the Moon Chicken Farm. The gate was open, and seeing no one about, he made his way up to the front door of the shack and knocked.
Yes?
Mr. Moon?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Cross. I wonder if you could spare a few moments of your time.
By all means, Sergeant. Come right in. The place is in a bit of a mess, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Well, sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I suppose you know why I'm here.
Well, I've a fair idea. It's about Evie Rose, isn't it?
Yes.
Still no sign of her?
I'm afraid not. There are just a few questions I'd like to ask you, Mr. Moon. Routine, you understand, nothing more.
Of course.
I've just come from Kensal Rise. I've been talking to Mrs. Rose, who gave me fuller details.
I suppose she's almost out of her mind with worry.
Well, under the circumstances, I think she's taken it very well. I understand that you and the missing girl are engaged to be married.
That's so.
And that she was on her way down here to visit you when she disappeared.
Yes, I was at the station to meet her, but she wasn't on the train.
What train was that?
The 11 o'clock. I waited an hour for the next one, but she wasn't on that either, so I came back home.
Were you worried at all?
No, not unduly. I just assumed she'd changed her mind about coming.
You didn't think it odd that you hadn't heard from her?
No, I can't say I did.
How long is it since you last saw her?
Oh, roughly speaking, about 2 months.
That was when she last visited you?
Yes. She only came here once.
I see. How did she seem then?
How did you mean?
Well, did she seem depressed or worried about anything?
Oh, not that I can recall. No. Why?
Oh, no particular reason.
Not for 1 second during the interrogation did Sergeant Cross shift his gaze from Moon's face. He had never trusted black eyes, and he wasn't quite sure he liked the look of this young fellow. But, despite this, the inscrutable Mr. Moon gave no indication that he knew any more about the missing Evie Rose than he was ready to admit, and certainly did not appear to have anything to hide. To the contrary, in fact. Back at the Crowbury police station, later that same day, Cross admitted as much to his superior, Divisional Inspector Broughton.
So you think he's told all he knows, eh, Sergeant?
Well, sir, let's just say that he gave me that impression. It was those black eyes of his that set me thinking. They've got a shifty look about them.
You can hardly hold the colour of a man's eyes against him, Sergeant.
Oh, perhaps not, sir, but even so,
I think the best thing we can do at this stage is to give the newspapers a photograph of the missing girl and a description of the clothes she was wearing on the day of her disappearance.
Just as you say, sir. I'll attend to it right away.
Thus it was that a photograph of Evie Rose, together with her description, found its way onto the front page of 3 London newspapers.
Well, sir, that should do the trick.
Yes, let's hope so, Sergeant.
2 weeks passed, during which time no information regarding the missing girl was forthcoming. Yet a 3rd week went by, and still there was no trace of Evie Rose.
Well, Sergeant, looks as if we'd drawn a blank.
It does rather, sir. What's to do now, that's the question.
Yes, I think I might pay your friend Mr. Moon a visit.
I doubt if you'll get much more from him than I got.
Possibly not. No harm in trying.
To this day, Inspector Broughton could not say exactly why he so suddenly decided to pay Moon a call. Perhaps it was the prompting of fate, or perhaps he acted simply on a blind impulse. Whatever it was, he wasted no time about it. And that same afternoon he made his way out to the Moon farm, found Moon seated on the narrow veranda, thoughtfully puffing at a much-smoked pipe.
Hello there.
If you're another of those damn fool reporters, you can go to...
No. I'm not a reporter.
Well, that's a relief anyway. They've been showing up here in a steady stream for the past 3 weeks.
Oh, is that a fact?
Yes. You know, I'm convinced they really believe I murdered that girl, that Evie Rose.
Oh?
Ah, prying fools that they are. The way they ask questions, you'd think I was on trial.
Well, perhaps you are.
What?
I mean, perhaps they think you know more than you're telling.
Now, why should they think that?
Well, she was supposed to be on her way to visit you when she disappeared.
Well, it doesn't mean I murdered her.
No.
I mean, anyone could have done it.
Done what?
Murdered her.
Who said she was murdered?
Why, no one. Not in so many words, but that's what they're inferring.
Who?
Those wretched reporters.
You sure you're not imagining it?
Of course I'm not imagining it. Why should I imagine it?
Well, why should you indeed?
You're sure you're not a reporter?
Quite sure.
Who are you, then?
Well, matter of fact, I'm a detective.
Detective?
Inspector Broughton's the name.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you stopped by, Inspector. What brought you here?
Oh, I just wanted to have a look about the place.
Why?
Curiosity.
I suppose you wanted to question me, too.
Well, frankly, I did want to, but I don't want to anymore. I think you've given me all the answers I need.
With a nod, the inspector turned and walked back down the path. He didn't look back, but he could feel Moon's eyes staring after him. The eyes that had told him so much, so convincingly. It was just like that. Almost like the sort of stuff one reads in a cheap detective fiction magazine. Well, this was cheap, but it wasn't fiction. It was life. Life in its birthday suit.
That was quick, Inspector. How'd you make out?
He's a killer, Sergeant.
Moon?
Yes, I'm sure of that as I am of the fact that we'll see the end of the Evie Rose case tonight.
You think he killed her?
Well, if he didn't, I'm going to be out of a job in the very near future.
But,
because I'm banking everything on the hunch that he did, my reputation included. And don't ask me why. If I told you, you'd say I was mad. We're wasting valuable time. Come on, get a squad together. We got work to do.
Work?
We're off back to Moon's place, and we're going to search every inch of it. If we don't find anything inside the house, we start in the grounds. And even if we dig all night, Sergeant, we're going to keep on digging till we strike oil.
So, less than an hour later, Inspector Broughton was back at the chicken farm, and with him were Sergeant Cross and 4 constables. The shack was searched from top to bottom, and, finding nothing on the inside, they started on the outside, with picks and shovels and everything they could lay their hands on. Broughton was risking his career on an intangible impulse, and he knew it. But somehow he didn't think it was much of a risk.
Nothing so far, Inspector.
Yeah, we've got a lot of ground to cover yet, old chap.
I hope you're not making a mistake, sir.
So do I, but if I am, you won't suffer for it. I can promise you that.
I wasn't thinking of myself.
Don't worry about me. My shoulders are broad enough.
The digging continued. When it was too dark to see, lanterns were lit. 4 hours slipped by, and even Broughton was ready to throw in the towel when, shortly after 1 p.m.
Inspector.
What is it, Sergeant?
Just look what Hanson has dug up.
A attaché case.
Get an eyeful of the initials on it.
E.R.
Seems as if your hunch might have been right after all.
Yeah, come on, open it up. Maybe something in it.
Right. Well, doesn't feel like it. Hello? What's this?
Looks like a jacket of some sort.
A baby's jacket.
That's what it is, all right.
Only half completed. See? Sleeves are missing, and it still has to be stitched up.
Yes. Looks rather pathetic, doesn't it, Sergeant?
It does, sir, yes.
Yes. Better put it back in the attaché case. Probably been needing it before long.
With the discovery of the attaché case, the search was renewed with an added vigor, and stray articles of clothing were brought to light, one by one. Clothes identical to those worn by the missing girl on the day of her disappearance. A green scarf, a yellow jumper, a brown skirt, and leather shoes, and a brown beret.
Doesn't leave much to the imagination, Inspector.
No, not much. But we still have to find a body.
Yes, they still had to find a body. But they felt it couldn't be far away. And they were right. Except that it wasn't a body, but rather a scattering of bits and pieces that once had been a body. Confronted with the evidence, Trevor Moon made no attempt to deny the charge of murder that was subsequently leveled at him. He seemed, in fact, somewhat relieved to relate his gruesome story of how he had sent for Evie Rose and, knowing that she was soon to bear his child, strangled her, later dismembering her body and burying it, together with her clothing and the attaché case, the contents of which today occupies its place in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Moon's defense, if it could be called a defense, was a great letdown to the hundreds who kicked and shoved their way into the Old Bailey to witness his trial. For Mr. Moon pleaded guilty. There wasn't much more to it than that. Oh, yes, he had an excuse. Plenty of excuses. There are no excuses for murder. The jury's verdict was never in doubt. Trevor Moon was found guilty of murder in the first degree, and 2 months later to the day, he was hanged. So there you have it. And now until we meet next time in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain as always obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch, produced by Harry Allen Towers.
It's Hop-Along Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop-Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. Now here they are in the exciting story, The Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Hoppy, I never figured it would happen like this. You thinking of deserting the Bar 20 to settle down in a spot like Eagle Nest sure surprises me.
California, I always said I'd find a quiet place and kind of retire, didn't I? I got a hunch Eagle Nest is it.
I'll bet it don't even show on the map. Of all the local ideas I ever heard, this is it. Hoppy, maybe you ain't the man I thought you were.
Maybe not.
I always figured you'd die with your boots on, not out in the desert swatting flies.
A man needs some peace and quiet once in a while. You know, a chance to sort of hibernate.
It's bears what do that, not humans. Uh-oh. Look at this. A reward poster. Maybe Eagle Nest ain't so dead as I thought.
$50 reward for Lou Jackson. See sheriff at Eagle Nest.
Cheapskate sheriff. If I was that Lou Jackson, I'd get plenty sore. Lumping me off at a price like that. Say, what do you say, Hoppy? Won't hurt to pick up a quick 50, huh?
No, California. I just want to settle down.
But, well... Hey, Hoppy, look over there in that bush. Another one of them reward posters. $100 for the capture of Bud Bloom.
I'm not interested.
But you sure can throw money away. Look at 2 more notices painted in them rocks. Must be plenty of trouble around here. Says $500 award for Griff Jessup.
I told you I'm not interested.
But gosh, Hoppy, that ain't alfalfa. Who's shooting at us? We ain't done nothing.
Come from over toward that mountain. Maybe it's somebody shooting at a rabbit.
I may have a funny pair of ears, but I ain't no rabbit. Hoppy, it's just natural for a man like you to want to clean out these parts.
Well, either somebody's aim was awful bad or we aren't the target.
Listen, I judge that must be the target coming up the trail now.
Come on, let's get out of sight.
There he goes. There he goes now.
Are your eyes really that bad?
Huh?
That's no he, it's a she, and a very young she.
Well, darned be danged. Why dagnab them dirty...
California.
Taking pot shots at a gal. Let's see if this'll tone them down a bit.
Oh, she's out of range now, so you can relax.
What do you say we get out of range then? We ain't got much cover here.
You know, I don't like that shooting at a woman. Maybe we had better have a little talk with this advertising sheriff in Eagle Nest.
Now you're talking like the old Hoppy. And I can use some of that reward money for a new pair of boots.
Well, come on then.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the story of the Rainmaker of Eagle Nest Mountain. Hoppy and California have ridden into Eagle Nest and find there's not much of a town to welcome them.
The Eagle Nest sure looks like a good place to feel lonesome in.
Here's an eating house. Bud Bloom's place. How about a cup of coffee?
Did you say Bud Bloom?
Well, that's what it says over the door.
But Hoppy, that's the lunk that was worth $100, remember? Here's our first reward money.
Well, let's have a look. Howdy.
Hello.
Mr. Bloom?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Tell him to throw his hands up quick, Hoppy.
Shh, not so fast. Been in this town long, Mr. Bloom?
Almost 10 years.
Get him, Hoppy, quick.
Ever hear of Blue Jackson?
Why, sure. He owns that barber shop over there.
You get him, Hoppy, and I'll go after the hair clipper.
Don't be so fast, California. There's something funny about all this. Mr. Bloom, did you ever hear of a fellow named Griff Jessup?
Of course. He runs the Buckhorn Bar across the street. Why?
Is that so?
This is going to be handy-dandy. Get 'em all in 5 minutes. It'll bring us about, let me see,
But
about...
California, these are all prominent men in this town.
I ain't interested in the social standing. It's the price they'll bring.
I've got a hunch. You wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes. And don't do anything.
But, Hoppy, now, wait a minute. Gosh darn it. Spoiling my easy money. Hey, you, Bloom?
Yeah?
Cup of Java.
They're coming right up.
Well, hello, Bud.
Well, howdy, Griff. What'll it be?
Oh, spaghetti, I guess.
Did he call you Griff?
Why, sure.
Griff Jessup?
That's right.
That settles it. A man can just stand so much temptation. Get your mitts in the air, you two.
What do you mean by that?
Get 'em up quick, I said.
Well, now, if it's money...
It's money, all right. Reward money. I seen your ugly mugs tacked up to a tree just out of town.
Oh, those posters. Why, you leather-headed fool. Don't pay no attention to them.
That's all a gag.
I'm laughing, all right. Mostly at the thought of that $600.
You'll be sorry for this, big ears.
Get moving, Fatty, towards the sheriff's house. Huh? This is the easiest money I ever made.
Well, let's get to walking and get this over with.
Walk? Who said anything about us walking? You'll do the walking. Get going. I'm getting on my horse, and I'm going to drive you up there just like a bunch of dogies. Oh, boy, if the folks back there in town could only see me now. Oh, get along, little doggie, get along, little doggie. Stop chomping around like that. I've seen wild horses better behave.
I tell you, we ain't gonna forget this.
No, me neither. Got a classy pair of boots to remember it by.
Yes?
Howdy, Sheriff. I'm California Carson. I got a dangerous bunch of outlaws here, which you offers a reward for.
What?
Tell this man to turn us loose, Mr. Wetzel.
I'd like a chance to settle
Ain't
this
I
with
chained you two down enough yet, or will I slug 'em good, Sheriff?
Untie those men immediately and stop calling me Sheriff. My name is Wetzel.
Let those buzzards fly the coop. I'm hanging on to them until I see the Sheriff. Then, if you ain't him...
Now, this is ridiculous.
You're liable to have a long wait for the Sheriff. He hasn't been home here in 2 months.
What kind of screwy...
The Sheriff has been working so consistently and constantly with his rain-making machine that he's grown quite eccentric.
He can grow whatever he wants, as long as he gives me the reward.
Oh, I've argued with you long enough, lout.
Lout?
This gun in my hand says you'd better turn your prisoners loose immediately.
It's about time.
Well, if this ain't that
You better
dog...
do what the man says, California.
Hoppy.
I told you to leave it alone in the first place.
But then reward poster.
I've explained to your stupid friend 3 times that it's all a mistake. You see, we have no need of any real law around here, and the citizens just elected Mr. Billington honorary sheriff in view of his great efforts to bring rain to this desert.
And he ain't even a real sheriff?
Oh, of course not. He posts those reward signs constantly, and all the people with intelligence know enough to just smile at them.
I ought to take my $600 out of your hide.
Turn the men loose, California. Our apologies, gentlemen. My friend here was taken in, as you can understand.
Sure. But just keep this bum out of my place. I'll put ant poison in his next cup of java.
Incidentally, my name is Cassidy.
And I'm Wetzel. I came here to work with Mr. Billington on his scientific experiment. I just rode down for supplies. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Road down?
Yes, the rain-making machine is on the top of Eagle Nest Mountain.
Rain in the desert?
Is that the one with the sharp peak that we passed on the way into town?
Yes, and you mustn't think anything about the shooting you heard. The old man always tries to frighten people away when they come too close.
Well, that's interesting, but I don't believe I mentioned the incident. Did you tell Mr. Wetzel about the shots we heard in California?
I ain't had a chance to tell him nothing. He's too busy doing me out my reward money.
Well, it's just that he usually...
What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. Get on with your cooking.
All right.
How do you do, miss? I'm Hopalong Cassidy.
Well, hello, Mr. Cassidy. This is a pleasure. I'm Martha Billington.
Hoppy, this is the gal we
You
saw.
must be the rainmaker's daughter.
Yes, my father's working so hard on that experiment.
Must be cozy up there, trying to make it drizzle and shooting at people, even his own.
Well, don't let us disturb you, miss. You go right on with your cooking. But don't work too hard. You already look windblown and dusty.
Yes,
Gentlemen, if I may suggest it, you had best be on your way. You've caused enough stupid trouble already nosing into everything.
We've apologized for the trouble, Mr. Wetzel. But we can't help being interested in this great experiment of Mr. Billington's. He certainly requires a lot of supplies, doesn't he?
If you're referring to these kegs on the porch, they contain dynamite for the experiment. So you'd better not be around here lighting any matches unless you want to be blown out of town.
Oh, I don't smoke. But you'd better be careful smoking that pipe that's sticking out of your pocket. Might blow your head off and make some people awfully happy.
I warn you, Cassidy, if you persist in nosing around Eagle Nest Mountain, they'll take you out of here in a box.
But I like it around here. Think I might start a little ranch once it commences to rain.
I wish you would, Mr. Cassidy.
Hoppy, do you want me to stake the horses out or cook up some grub?
Both. While you do the chores, I'm going to slip back to the sheriff's house and try to get word to Miss Martha. You know, I don't like that setup.
Can't blame you. That Wetzel ain't exactly friendly, and that poor gal with her father shooting her off the mountain.
I wouldn't judge him from Wetzel's story. This adds up to trouble, California, but I don't know quite what kind.
And I was afraid you might be settling down. Well, let's see. I know the little man, and he had a little horse, and say, what'll it be tonight, Hoppy? Pork and beans, or beans and pork?
Let's have both. And be sure to put a little water in the coffee. I like coffee you can pour.
You insinuating I ain't a good cook? You just can't tell a cup of demi-tassy from a cup of plain coffee.
I'll be back the time it's ready. If I don't get blown back.
Yeah, Hoppy, better take off your spurs. They can hear you a mile.
I never take off my spurs unless I'm going to take off my boots. And I'm not going to take off my boots.
All right, go ahead and be ornery then. But be careful, Hoppy.
Who is it? Father?
It's me, Cassidy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cassidy. I'm so glad you came back. I wanted to talk with you.
That's what I figured. But don't tell me your father has to sneak around his own house.
Oh, I don't know. He might. He hasn't been the same since Mr. Wetzel came here and offered to help him. Why, now my father stays up on that mountain day and night. Sometimes I get so desperate I try to get up to see him.
And when you do, some mysterious shots are fired at you.
Why, yes. How did you know?
My friend and I are riding into town and saw that little foray this afternoon.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, they try to tell me it's my father shooting at me. I just can't believe it.
Don't believe it when it's Wetzel telling you.
I won't stop until I get up to see him. Next time I'll try it at night.
But that might be pretty dangerous.
My father's always been a little preoccupied, and all the years of work he's put in on that rain machine have taxed him, but now he seems to be doing such terrible things.
Like what, miss?
Oh, those reward posters. Why, those men are his friends. And now every week or so there are more of them tacked up on the trail into town.
Have you ever seen him tack them up?
No, I guess he does it at night. And all the men make such light of it. They won't even take them down after he's posted them.
What men?
Oh, Mr. Wetzel's assistants.
How many are there?
3, I think. He said they're metallurgical students. But everything is kept so secret now.
Miss Martha, these kegs of dynamite here on the porch.
Oh, my father's always used it in his experiments, but never so much as this before.
Well, there's nearly a wagon load stacked here now.
They must be getting ready to do something terrible. I'm so afraid my father will get hurt.
Do you mind if I have one of these kegs?
Of course not. Please be careful. I never go near the stuff.
Ah, it's all right. I've handled it before. Well, look at this. White gunpowder.
Why, I didn't know that.
It tastes good, too. Just as sweet as sugar. I wouldn't worry about any explosion with this stuff.
But what's it all about?
I have a hunch, Miss Martha, and if I'm right, California and I are going to have one sweet time tonight.
Hopalong and California are making their way up Eagle Nest Mountain to pay a visit to the Rainmaker. But as California's mutterings clearly indicate, he'd rather get into trouble at a more convenient time.
I don't know why these darned emergency can't wait till we've had our chow. My insides were so empty, even them beans smell good.
Did you tie the horses up good? Topper's pretty frisky tonight.
Sure, but right now I'm wishing I hadn't. If a man was supposed to walk, he would have been born with 4 legs.
Ah, this exercise will do you good.
Ain't there an easier way to get up this mountain?
I was afraid the main trail will be watched too closely. This is the path the jackrabbits have beaten.
Well, I'm all for giving it back to him. Hey, Hoppy, look. See that there thing up on top?
Yeah, that must be the rain-making machine.
Tarnation, did you ever see a crazier-looking contraption? Why, the way that big lever's swinging back and forth...
A lot of work has gone into that mechanism, California. Well, they say one generation laughs at what the next generation invents.
Well, I think this is good for a big long laugh. If it ever brings one drop of rain to this here desert, I'll sit right down and eat the boots off in my feet, spurs and all.
Well, we have much farther to go. We better be quiet from here on and stay close to the ground. There appears to be quite some activity around the tower.
Seems like there's a rustle from behind the tower.
Okay, let's go over and take a look.
Hey, wait a minute. There's somebody coming up this front trail. That must be what we heard.
Yeah. Well, I can draw a beat on them as they come over this rise.
Hey, look. Look through here. Isn't it a woman?
Uh-huh. That must be the old man's daughter.
Well, don't make no difference, though. Wetzel says to shoot.
He said to shoot to scare her. He ain't never said to kill her.
Maybe you're right. Let's wait for her right here.
I can handle her.
Hey, quiet now. There. I guess that's done.
Nicely done, man.
Wetzel. Hello, boss. Didn't know you were around.
I know you didn't. I was following Martha up the trail. I just wanted to wait and see how you'd handle the situation.
We done all right, huh?
Carry her inside the tank, Joe.
Sure, boss, sure. She don't look this heavy.
Slim, we got to work fast tonight. Martha's been talking. You know what that means.
Yeah.
This has been a good spot, but we've stayed around just about as long as we can. Especially if Cassidy is going to get snoopy.
Cassidy?
Yeah, rancher from the Bar 20, always going around getting at everybody's business. So this is how we're going to handle it, Slim. You set the dynamite with fresh caps and see that the old man is locked in the tower until we're ready. And then come and help me load the pack horses.
Bobby, you hear that? They've set some of the contraption in motion.
Yeah, that wheel is moving. Looks like this means quick action or this whole mountain will blow up. We better separate.
We had?
You're not afraid, are you?
No, I just wanted to be around to take care of you.
I'll try to manage. Now, you go around behind the tower and see if you can find some backstairs that might not be guarded. I'm sure the old man must be up there.
Then where'll I find you?
I don't think you'll have any trouble. In a few minutes, I have a hunch it'll be easy to find where I am.
Oh, gosh, I hope that contraption don't go off while we're up here in the mountain, because then it might start to rain, and me without my overshoes.
Well, you can always take off your hat and soak your head. Looks like we've been spotted. Keep down.
I'd feel a lot better if we stuck together.
It's just dark enough to show these boys how to play the old Indian game.
way that guy out there can shoot. We ain't fighting ordinary people.
Darn right we aren't. That's Cassidy.
Hey, there he is now. All right, I got his head behind that.
That's just his head. If I know anything about the way Cassidy operates, he's somewhere else.
Come out of there, Wetzel. I'll touch a match to this keg of powder.
Take another look, Cassidy. Sugar won't explode.
This sugar will. I rolled this keg over from the powder house.
Fool, was that unlocked?
I didn't have a chance, Wetzel.
You wouldn't touch that off, Cassidy. Not with Martha in the tank.
California.
Yeah, Humpy, where are you?
You got the girl out of the tank?
All clear.
All right, boys. I'm ready to set a match to this.
Wait a minute, Cassidy. Slim, climb out of the window and get onto that big overhanging branch of the tree. And then when he comes out into the open, drop on him.
Okay, Wetzel.
I'm coming out, Cassidy. We give up. We know when we're beaten.
Keep your hands high and no trick.
Good work, Slim. There. I bet it's the first time Cassidy's ever been slugged over the head with his own gun.
I'll go dump him in the tank where the girl was.
No, I don't think it's better.
It'll be easier that way. I put a separate charge under the funnel. When you bring the old man out to set the final charge, that'll go too.
Well, all right, but hurry. That machinery's in motion, and the old man's the only one who knows how to stop it.
Yeah, and he ain't going to. Not after all these months of wanting to set it off.
All right, Joe. Snap into it. Tie those things down.
Why was that machinery started before we're off this mountain? I don't like it.
I know the timing. Let's just keep moving. Now go up to the tower and bring the old man down.
Well, I don't know why it has to be done this way.
Hey, Slim, is that you?
Yeah, that's
You
me.
cover Joe while he goes up to the tower. Cassidy's pal might still be around here.
Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. There's too much powder on this mountain to suit me.
Why, you dirty
The
double-crosser.
rest of you aren't worth saving anyway.
You planned it this way. You never meant for us to get away.
Now you're getting the idea.
What a rat you are, Wetzel.
You were never quite quick enough on the draw, were you, Slim?
You're covered, Wetzel. Drop that gun.
Huh? Cassidy, where are you?
Put your hands up and be quick.
Slim! Joe, come and help me!
High up on Eagle Nest Mountain, the Rainmaker's giant machinery ticks closer to that uncertain moment of explosion.
You up there on that tower. I got you covered.
I give up. Don't shoot.
I'll keep a beat on you till you get Mr. Billington safely down that ladder.
I'm coming. Don't shoot.
Hoppy, is that you?
Yeah, I told you I'd make enough noise so you could find me.
Yeah, but where was you for the last 15 minutes?
Taking a nap. See how bad Slim's hurt.
Looks like he's just winged.
Bring him over here and I'll introduce you.
What? Well, all right, Hoppy.
How are you, Slim?
Oh, I guess I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy.
You had me worried for a few minutes.
Say, what is this?
This California is Mr. Slim Davies, U.S. Deputy Marshal, under whom I've been working.
You mean you knew all the time about this? We came up here to get in trouble?
We came here to stop illegal liquor traffic. And as I suspected, those reward posters were code signals to the runners.
Well, doggone, fooling me that you was coming up here to settle down.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, you're not hurt. I'm so thankful.
You'll be more thankful to see someone else. Look who's coming down that ladder.
Father!
Come on over here, Mr. Billington. And you, Joe, up with your hands and no tricks.
I give up, Cassidy.
Oh, Father.
Martha, did you come up to see the climax to all my years of work? Tonight I will see success. My esteemed colleague has just informed me that everything is in readiness.
But what do you mean?
The machinery is already in motion, Martha. There's no choice but to go through with it.
I must get to the control room quickly. When the giant wheel reaches the top, the great moment will be at hand.
Mr. Cassidy, isn't there great danger?
Not if you get over beyond that bridge.
But for my father in that control room.
I don't know.
All through the ages, man has sought a way to make it rain. No one has worked any harder than I have. And in a few seconds, the world will have the greatest gift science can give it, rain.
I'll go in the control room with you, Mr. Billington, if you like.
Delighted, my friend.
But Hoppy,
There's a lot of dynamite around here. It's such a risk, Mr. Cassidy.
Hurry up. The rest of you get back.
Right in here, Mr. Cassidy. Now, close that door tightly. Well, I don't believe I have a match.
Here's one.
With the touch of this match, Civilization will acclaim.
Is that you, California?
Yeah, that's me. I mean, this is me.
Mr. Billington is here. He's just dazed, I think. I can't tell in the dark.
Well, don't light no more matches around here. This whole mountain must be gunpowder.
Why, it's starting to rain.
Father, are you hurt badly?
Rain? Did somebody say rain?
Why, Jiminy, it is starting to sprinkle. I can hear the drops hitting my hat.
Do you feel all right, Father?
Feel all right? Well, I'm the happiest man in the world. Can't you hear what these men are saying? It's starting to rain. I've done it. My machine works. Do you hear me? I can make it rain.
Can we help you down the trail, Miss Billington?
Well,
I don't think they better try to walk, Hoppy.
Well, maybe not. California and I'll go ahead and send horses back for you.
Oh, that'll be fine. Meanwhile, I think Father will enjoy just staying right here and feeling the rain on him.
Yes, Martha.
What about you, Slim?
I'm all right, Mr. Cassidy. Well, you certainly helped us clean up a bad case tonight. I'll take charge of our prison.
It's still raining, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Billington. It's really raining.
Oh, I'm so thankful. So thankful.
Well, we better be saying goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy.
Go on, hop along.
Come on, California. Let's get going.
Say, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Wasn't there clouds gathering overhead this afternoon?
Yes.
Then it ain't necessarily the rain machine that started this.
No.
But on the other hand, it could be.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
I think we'd better get back to the Bar 20 before you decide to make a rain machine.
Goodbye for now from Hopalong in California. And here's a special invitation to join them next time they ride out from the Bar 20 when, as usual, I have a hunch they'll get into plenty of action that spells trouble.
The program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Goodyear presents The Roy Rogers Show. The greatest name in rubber, Goodyear, invites you to meet America's greatest Western star, Roy Rogers.
There's nothing like the morning feeling places that do when you're going where there's taters to behold. The cows are in the meadow and they give me the mood as I go singing down the road. My little dog is tagging right along at my heels. He's so happy that he's hopping like a toad. His little tail is wagging 'cause he knows how I feel as I go singing down the road. The sun is grand, my face is tanned, and I'm so carefree and gay. And as I hike, I feel just like a school kid for a day. And when my day is over, there's a girl unto me. You see, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up our dreams kinda neat as I go singing down the road. My day is over, there's a girl unto me. You see, but that's another episode. My heart and I are stacking up our dreams kinda neat as I go singing, singing down the road. Well, howdy, folks, and thanks for dropping in on our Goodyear party here at the ranch. We're all going to do our best to show you a real fine time. Guess you already know some of the folks here. Little Pat Friday from next door, Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, and Perry Botkin and the Ranch Orchestra. So tonight we have another special guest that you'll meet a little later on. I kind of want to keep...
Excuse me, Roy, but there's something...
hello, Patricia. Having a good time?
Oh, wonderful time, Roy, but I'm very curious about...
Daddy, I want to be a cowboy so I can wear those funny pants like Roy Rogers.
There, did you hear that?
Yeah, but it seems like I did.
Hey, Rog, what's going on around this ranch?
What do you mean, Bob?
Well, I keep hearing voices and the people they belong to ain't here.
Oh, George, have you seen Roy Rogers' horse figure? He has the cutest little nose. On the end, it feels just like swan soap.
Now, see, who said that?
I don't believe it.
Well, his nose does sort of feel like soap.
Roy Rogers, you're up to something. Now, what kind of a trick is this?
Well, I don't know what you mean by a trick, Patricia. I've got nothing up my sleeves and nothing in my pockets.
Hey, what I want to know is who said that stuff that was said a second ago by somebody that said that stuff? Who done it? Which way they go?
Well, they went that... Well, I guess it is sort of puzzling, isn't it, Perry? Maybe we'll solve the mystery a little later on, though. In the meantime, let you and Pat and I step back in the crowd while Deuce Spriggan starts the Pioneers off with his bass fiddle on a tune called Simmer On, Roll On. thank you, pioneers. That was really swell. Folks, these days you need the help of a special kind of manpower to help out with your horsepower. You know, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, Vern Smith here will explain.
Well, it's just this. To keep the horsepower in your car working, to keep your car rolling, you should get the assistance of that tire specialist in your community, the Goodyear dealer. You know, it's been true every year for the last 30 years that more people ride on Goodyear tires than on any other kind. And it's also true more people depend on Goodyear tire dealers for tire service than on any other dealers. And right now, when new tires are so hard to get, when your present tires must last a long time, cash in on Goodyear dealer experience. Make the Goodyear dealer station your tire service headquarters. Yes, rely on him for all tire service. He'll see that your tires are properly inflated. He'll check them for danger signs that mean time to recap. And when it comes time for recapping, be sure you have it done the Goodyear way, with Goodyear materials by a Goodyear-trained recap specialist. Yes, for expert tire service, rely on the man who's backed up by the greatest name in rubber, Goodyear.
About this time, Patricia, I think the folks here at the party would like to have a song from you. How about it?
Well, I think it could be arranged, Roy.
I wish my daddy was here to listen to Miss Friday sing. He told me he had an ear for music, but he was fibbing. I blew in both his ears last night, and they didn't play a note.
Where did that come from?
Oh, don't let it worry you, Pat. Let's have your song, huh? Folks, Miss Pat Friday singing Sleigh Ride in July.
must come over to the house and meet George. That's my husband. On second thought, you're awfully cute, Miss Friday. Let's just you and I have lunch together.
Roy, I think we'd better have an explanation.
Yeah, I guess so, Pat. Folks, these mighty familiar voices you've been hearing have been coming from the young lady who's our special guest here at the ranch tonight. She's a very popular radio actress down around Hollywood and one of the cleverest imitators of famous people you ever heard. I'd like you all to meet her. Folks, Miss Sarah Berner.
Thank you very much.
Sarah, we'd sort of like to know how you learned to imitate people's voices the way you do.
Well, I guess I just picked it up little by little. When I was a child, I can remember I collected quite a few spankings for imitating people who came to our house to visit. It probably started with just plain meanness.
You know, I'm pretty sure that our guest here at the ranch tonight would love to hear you do some more of your imitations. How about it, huh?
All right, Roy. Suppose we put Baby Snooks, Gracie Allen, and Judy Canova in the living room together. We might hear a conversation like this.
Gracie, I have a daddy. Do you have a daddy?
Oh, why, of course, Snooks. George is my daddy.
Oh, don't go getting the kid all mixed up, Gracie. George is your husband.
Oh, Miss Canova, George is my sugar daddy as well as my husband. Don't you understand?
Does he get paid for overtime? I think that's real romantic. My auntie and my uncle got married. It was so sweet. Daddy said with auntie and uncle it was a real garden romance. He was a deadbeat and she was an old tomato. Well, I know a thing or two about romance. Before a girl gets married, she thinks the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. After she's married, she goes through his pockets. And then there's always the youngsters. Up in the hills one day, a feller came across a little kid playing in the mud, and he says, "Little feller, how come you're so blame dirty?" And the little kid says, "I'm waiting for the big party next week." Once a year, the squire takes all the kids on the train down to the city to go swimming in the river. The feller says, "That still don't explain how you got so dirty." And the little kid replied, "Last year I missed the train."
Oh, gee, that was swell, Miss Berner, and thanks a lot.
See them tumbling down.
The tumbling tumbleweeds set the scene for another page in the great story of the West. The guests at the old ranch house gather around as Roy Rogers tells of a corner of this great western land. Drop into one of the easy chairs yourself and listen as our host brings you the color of the West.
Some of the brightest pages in the story of the West come from up in the northern states. The cowhands and the cattle of the West have roamed over a lot of territory, but some of the finest of all the riders have come from up in the hills of old Wyoming. Up there in the purple shadows of the Rockies are men and women who have had a lot to do with the growth of our land out here. They wear their hats a little different than the folks down Texas way. They say rodeo up there, while a lot of the folks down along the border say rodeo. But those Wyoming riders sit just as straight in the saddle as the cowhands who follow the trails of the desert. Someday soon, maybe we can all travel around this old West again. Then we can drop in on our friends up there in Wyoming and tell them we think they've got a mighty fine state. In the meantime, though, we'll just have to say it with a song. So here are Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers to sing In the Hills of Old Wyoming.
and the gloaming in the hills of old Wyoming. In the hills of old
My, I'll have to get George to introduce me to some of these cowboys.
Say, Gracie, Snooks, gosh, with Sarah Berner doing all her imitations here tonight, I don't know who I'm talking to.
Really, it doesn't matter, Roy. Really, it doesn't.
Now she's got me thinking I'm talking to Katharine Hepburn.
Really, you could be talking to Katharine Hepburn, couldn't you, Roy?
Well, I guess so.
And if you were talking to Katharine, she would say, "Oh, Mr. Rogers, I'd love to hear you sing a song. Really, I would."
Well, Sarah, I don't know whether she would or not. I don't know what Miss Hepburn thinks of my singing.
Well, let's not worry about her then, Roy. I'd like to hear you sing a song for us, and I'm sure everyone else at the party would like it, too.
Well, now you sound like Sarah Berner again. And if you'd like a song, Sarah, I'd be glad to sing it for you.
Well.
Here's the king of the cowboys singing the great hit he introduced to the country in Hollywood Canteen. It's Don't Fence Me In.
Wildcat Willie, looking mighty pale, was standing by the sheriff's side. And when that sheriff said, "I'm sending you to jail," Wildcat raised his head and cried. Me in. All that I can say is, come on, Trigger, let's be on our way.
For real motoring safety, 2 are fine, 3 are better, and 4 are best of all. Yes, you're playing it just as safe as you can when your car has all 4 of the great safety factors of American motoring: safety glass, the all-steel top, 4-wheel brakes, and Goodyear lifeguards. Lifeguards are mighty important because with lifeguards on your car, you insure yourself and your family from the disaster, the often fatal disaster, that can be so quickly caused by blowouts or other sudden tire failure. The lifeguard, you see, replaces the conventional inner tube. It's an inner tire, a 2-ply safety tire within a tube. And even if your tire and tube blow out, that inner lifeguard remains inflated, supporting your car so that you can keep it under control and bring it to a safe, sure stop. Because of wartime emergencies, Goodyear is not at the moment producing lifeguards, but Goodyear has hopes of getting into production sometime soon, so that those of you who haven't the additional protection of lifeguards can get them. Until then, keep in mind that there's one device that makes any blowout harmless: the lifeguard, Goodyear's safety successor to the inner tube.
Folks, we've got something that you don't hear very often around here right now. You know that the Farr brothers play the hottest fiddle and guitar around these western parts, but probably you never heard them do any of their real old-fashioned dance music. Well, right now they're going to give us an old tune called Honeysuckle Schottische. And I know you're going to like it because they really do a swell job. So, Hugh and Carl, take over, will you? What is it, Perry?
Oh, Roy, you know they're having another dance in town this week, and I was wondering if you...
Perry, you asked me that last week, and the answer is still no. You can't borrow Trigger to go to the dance.
Oh, but Roy, Trigger's such a beautiful horse, and I'd sure like to take him.
I can't help it, Perry. Trigger told me he didn't want to go with you.
Well, did he say why?
He sure did. He says when you dance, you step on his feet.
Oh, Roy, let me ride Trigger just this once.
Well, all right, but you've got to use your own saddle.
Well, what for?
Because when you sit in my saddle, your hip pockets would be where the stirrups ought to be. Say, Perry, why don't you start polishing up your dancing boots while the Sons of the Pioneers and I sing another song for the folks?
Here's Roy Rogers with Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers singing Trail Herdin' Cowboy.
Healy-ay, healy-o, healy-ay-o.
Trail herding cowboy, hop on your pony, singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o.
Start riding now, boy, we'll make San Antonio singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o. Long weary days and a dusty road to travel, but we'll make the boss pay for all his battle driving cattle.
Light-hearted, carefree, trail herding cowboy singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o.
Keep moving, dogies, time is a-wasting, singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o.
I'm not impatient, but why don't you hasten, singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o. You ought to know that a certain someone's waiting. You ought to know that to captivate and confiscating
arms will enfold his trail herding cowboy singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o.
One little doggy straight from his mother singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o.
Trail herding cowboy, there goes another singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o. Follow the doggies through endless days of sunshine. When this drive is over, we'll take our fun time all at one time.
Make me a happy trail herding cowboy singing ho.
Healy-ay, healy-o. Roll-a-la-la.
that sort of shuts the door on another Goodyear party out here at the old ranch. Next week at the same time, we hope you'll all be coming up the driveway for another party, because we'll sure be waiting with a big welcome. All of the gang will be here: Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, Miss Pat Friday, Perry Bodkin and the Ranch Orchestra. So till then, this is Roy Rogers saying for the whole gang, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and a frown from a rainy day. You'll be more than repaid if you remember that a smile goes a long, long way. When trouble troubles you, just turn on the sun and watch how fast your cares and worries starting to run. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine, and the smile goes along.
Exciting newsers journey through the to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.